you guys doing? I'm just stocking up my store. And we got a special Find My Food Day or something like that, right? Now, I dropped off all of your coffee yesterday, but for some reason the post office hadn't scanned it yet. So, or some of it got scanned. Stuff from the 18th, I definitely dropped off. So, I know that guy. So we're getting there. Stocking up my store here. We've got a 3-hour show. I'm doing a 1-pound peaberry giveaway. So, and I'm not drinking any coffee. Every time I drink coffee, every time I drink that white coffee, I start talking about aliens. Then the cops put roadblocks in front of my house. I just don't know, guys. I just don't know. I just don't know anymore. All right. So I'm setting up my store here, and we're going to do at the end of the show today. So at 12 o'clock, 12:30, 3 hours, I'm going to do a 1-pound giveaway. But until then, it's just our regular giveaways, guys. And unfortunately, I'm out of OG. Stop calling me. I really hate when people call me. I wish I could just, is there a way to turn off your phone calls? There's got to be a way to do that. All right, here we go. I'm in the cage now. Let me see if I do that, guys. And I'm one of those old people now. I don't understand. I'm in a cage. I'm waiting for the coffee line to clear up. Hey, Jordan, how you doing? So today's a special show, right? I think it's like a food show. So we're doing a 3-hour. Morning, guys. Living in a cage. Dropped off my car today again. Got it. My headlight went out. I don't want to get pulled over. And I got to get a coolant flush. You buy an old car, that's what happens. All right, guys. Let's talk about coffee. Yesterday, I couldn't keep it together. And every time I drink that white coffee, my mind just starts racing. You know, I made these posts about politics, and then now I got all these haters and people who love me and hate me, and then I just deleted them. It's like I'm not trying to get involved with that stuff. I almost did again. I had a moment of narcissism where I was like, I know I want to prove that I said I'm going to bait people and get them to attack me and make them look bad. It's pure ego. Why am I doing that? Why am I even bothering? Right? Why? Why even bother to do that? So here we go. Paulie, how you doing? I'm in jail. Yep. They're like, we told you, don't get involved with politics. Drinking your cacao tea. And I learned that lesson a long time ago. You know, I only get that way when I go into my schizophrenic narcissistic mode. I want to prove I can make you look bad. Want to prove you're a racist. But what's the point? What's the point? I'm just trying to make myself think I'm better than you. And sometimes I win and sometimes I lose. Completely pointless. I just got to ignore myself. Just ignore myself. It's all about me. This isn't about anyone else. It's about me. It's true. All right, guys. Hey, are you related to John Paul Gaultier? Gaultier? That's different, I guess. He does a ginger shampoo, right? Anyway. All right, guys. So we're coming to you live from Hawaii. I'm at the Arise Cafe, one of the fun cafes here in Hawaii. I'm gonna go sit over there. That looks like a cool spot to sit. I'm gonna move spots. Let me know if I start lagging. Mm, signal here is no good. Let me find a spot with good signal. Hunting for signal. Hunting for a signal. It's the only spot, guys. I gotta be here. All right. So, Bumpa. No free will. That's right. Oh, no free Wi-Fi. All right, guys. So we're coming to you live from Hawaii, the Rise Cafe and Bakery, where they serve some coffee. I'm just here because I dropped off my car, but we got a special show today where I'm giving away a pound of medium peaberry at the end of the show. If you guys are still waiting on your coffee from the 18th, I sent it all out. I definitely sent it all out. And that's right. I sent it all out. So it's there. But this coffee is, I can promise you, this coffee will not give you any acid reflux or indigestion. This coffee is sweet and smooth. There's no bitterness and no sourness in it whatsoever. And the reason why this coffee tastes the way that it does is for a few reasons, right? First, we have an active volcano here. And this volcano is constantly replenishing the soil with micronutrients so the beans here grow larger than beans from anywhere else in the world. And a larger bean means a richer cup of coffee. Our beans reach their full genetic potential. There's more oils. It's going to be fruitier, no bitterness and very little bitterness when we let it ripen, and sweeter when you let it get to its full ripeness. You know, if you don't nourish a fruit, and you got to remember, coffee is a fruit that grows on trees, right? And like any fruit, if you pick it too early, it's going to be sour and bitter, no matter how large you got that fruit to grow. And that's why most of the world's coffee is so sour and bitter. Most of the world's coffee is either picked with a machine, and when you pick coffee with a machine, something like 20% of the beans are going to be unripe. And then unripe coffee tastes like an unripe banana or unripe strawberry. When you eat that unripe banana, your mouth hurt. Your mouth, gets all gritty. When you eat an unripe strawberry, your teeth start to hurt. Whereas if you let that same strawberry ripen 4 to 6 weeks longer on the tree, you're going to get an extremely sweet and smooth strawberry or banana or whatever it is that you're eating. It's because all the enzymes in the fruit convert the starches into more sugar. It gets rid of the sourness. It gets rid of the bitterness. And that's it's really as simple as that. So that's what it all comes down to, is how ripe the coffee is. When in a lot of other places in the world, people are getting paid $1 per 100 pounds of coffee that they pick. And when you're getting paid $1 per 100 pounds, you're really not going to be happy picking that coffee. You're going to be picking whatever coffee you can pull off the tree as quickly as you can. You're basically getting paid $1 to $2 a day. So it's not a good job when you're getting paid like that. So if you probably ask, why are people getting willing to pay, I don't know, maybe they just have to. Maybe there's other stuff going on. So in Hawaii, we're paying people $1 per 1 pound of coffee picked. So we're paying, some people are paying more, some people are paying $2. Not easy to get people to pick coffee. Local people, they did as a kid. And once you do it for a few years, you're not trying to pick coffee anymore. You know how hard it is. It's way too hard. Awesome. So our coffee is all picked by hand. We wait for the coffee to come deep red, purple, or brown before taking it off the trees. We're only picking the coffee that falls off to the touch. So we're only, we run our hands along the trees. Our harvest is from September to January. We'll run our hands along the trees and only take the coffee that falls off to the touch. Anything that doesn't fall off to the touch, we're going to leave on the tree for another 3 weeks. And we'll pick for a week, wait for 3 weeks, pick for a week, wait for 3 weeks. And we do that until there's no more coffee left on the tree. And so we're picking the same tree over and over again. And that makes a huge difference in terms of I'm in a basket, guys. Feel like there's less people. There we go again. Phone calls. Uh, pause. So that's what it comes down to is how ripe our coffee is when we pick it. Just like any other fruit, right? If you have your own orange tree and own a backyard, you're gonna pick the perfect oranges. You're not gonna pick the green oranges. She did. She did. I think after childbirth, women just need sleep, and that's why they get so cranky. I don't know if all of you were like that, but so cranky and knowing so now my wife's getting way more sleep because she's got walls and there's no, none of those cokey frogs keeping her up. She feels secure. So she's a lot nicer to me again. So you can see I'm complaining less about my wife now. So and I'm more obedient. I obey. She tells me to clean the dishes, I clean the dishes. Anyway, so the coffee picked overripe, picked only when it's deep red, purple, or brown, picked when it's ready to fall off the tree. So the sugar content is just way, way higher. And that's what it really comes down to, just how much sugar is in our coffee. When you drink this coffee, you're gonna think it's like a dessert coffee. It's tastes like the dark roast tastes like a dark chocolate marshmallow s'more. It's almost like a toasted marshmallow when you light it on fire and blow it out, and it's got that graham cracker sweetness to it. It's got that um, 4 cups already. I haven't had any coffee. Yesterday I had coffee, and you guys saw me. I started ranting about Jesus again and saying everyone needs to be watched by the NSA. That's what happens when I drink too much coffee. So it's better not to drink coffee for me. Coffee gets me. I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee in a second when this line clears up downstairs. Anyway, so dark roast coffee, I would suggest this one's the one you start with. This one tastes like a toasted caramel or a toasted marshmallow. It's got that graham cracker sweetness to it, very, very sweet, almost like a fried dough churro. It's a dessert coffee, and then it's got that dark chocolate in it. So just this coffee is so sweet. I don't know if any of you guys can describe the taste you feel when you drink when you drink the dark coffee. It's just so much sweeter than any dark coffees that I'm used to drinking. Um, it's just when you let the coffee sit on the tree for so long. Not at this cafe. They serve our coffee at a few other cafes. Not at this one. And I like selling to cafes. I like it when people serve coffee. People serve a lot of coffee. Yeah, people go through a lot of coffee. Sometimes I can't keep up though, so it's a little bit stressful. But so dark whole bean coffee, air roasted. If you've never tried this coffee before and you're trying it for the first time, I do have 100% money back guarantee. If you drink this coffee and you don't like it for any reason, if you think I'm exaggerating, I'll give you 100% of my money, your money back. Get 100% of my money back. I drink some coffee. If you get poops when you drink your coffee, if you get stomach aches, if you get acid reflux, if you get indigestion, this coffee should not cause any of that for you. At least a dark and medium roast should not do that. Even the light roast is unlikely to do that. So if you guys struggle to get that buzz from coffee and your stomach hurts every time you drink coffee, and I was like that too actually. I avoid coffee for that reason. And then you get kind of the little liquid poops. Coffee doesn't need to do that. It's because you're drinking old coffee, you're drinking unripe coffee, you're drinking sour coffee, which is very common. So the peaberry, the effect is almost the same. It's kind of buttery. It's a little bit smoother, maybe. You had Viegas. How do you feel when you drink that white coffee? Because like I'm at the point where I can't drink it anymore. It's too much for me. I start ranting about Jesus, telling people I'm Mexican, just saying ridiculous stuff. It feels like I'm drunk or something. And I got to be careful. I was at Target this morning and someone came up to me and gave me a fist bump. He's like, coffee guy. So I got to be careful what I say. Hopefully, I'm still funny. But yeah, at some point, I might say something. Someone might just punch me in the mouth. I'm a pretty I'm a pretty neutral person though. I don't usually say anything too bad. But the white coffee definitely makes you feel a little bit drunk. And it was a little bit too much for me. I feel like I need to focus. I don't want to suddenly end up in Syria again. It does get you going. It does get you going. So don't want that to happen. So the dark coffee, nice and easy, gives you a nice smooth buzz. Some people say it makes their body feel tingly. So the coffee does affect you differently. The caffeine in this coffee seems to be smoother. I think there's this other compounds in the coffee that slow down the absorption of the caffeine somehow. It's like if you woke up every morning and you ate unripe strawberries, you would get the jitters, right? You would feel bad. Yeah, it makes me nutty, guys. It makes me crazy. The white coffee makes me crazy. You're doing laundry. The cacao tea does calm you down. The cacao tea definitely calms you down. Yeah. Um, did you drink the tea first and then had the coffee? I don't know. Yeah, but the white coffee also tastes nutty. It tastes fruity and nutty. Did you get red chatted? Yeah, you got red chatted. You said the word nuts. I think nuts. It's the AI. That's why AI is just gonna make everything even dumber and doesn't like Trump. So wine, coffee, all grown in the U.S., all picked by hand. No bitterness, no sourness. I don't have the. Do you try the turmeric flower tea at Viegas? I would try to drink the white straight. Maybe grind it up finer. I don't know. All right. Tell me how it is. Yeah, the turmeric flower tea is pretty unique as well. You did coarse grind. That might be why. The white coffee you need to grind it fine because if you don't grind the white coffee fine, it's roasted so light that it doesn't brew well. As you roast coffee darker, the the compounds in the coffee become more water soluble. And yeah, so try grinding it a lot finer than you would most coffees. But be careful because the white coffee is hard to grind, might break your grinder, and then you'd have to. So try to use a cheap grinder rather than an expensive one. Turmeric flower tea is really good. Mocha pot, really good idea. Yep, the extraction or a French press where it steeps for a while. So that's what you're going to need to do with the white coffee. So let me run some of these dark roasts though. If you're just joining us for the first time, I would say that the dark roast is the one you want to start with, because this is the even our dark roast is not ground as, I mean, is not roasted as dark as most dark roasts. So the dark roast is probably the one you want to start with. It's going to be very, very sweet, no bitterness. A lot of people who like medium and light roast prefer our dark roast because it doesn't have any bitterness. Most people who like the lighter roast don't like the bitterness of dark coffee, but our coffee isn't bitter because of how we pick it, because of how ripe it is when we take it off the tree. So it just lacks that bitterness. And so a lot of people would prefer the dark roast, but normally they wouldn't touch it. Then we have a medium roast, which is a little bit fruitier. It's got a raisiny flavor to it. Let me run the medium roast here. Ooh, I'm tired. The medium roast is roasted to 425 degrees. It's going to taste a little bit like a chocolate covered raisin. It's going to be like it's chocolate colored, so it's not roasted that dark. The beans are nice and big, and medium roast is, I would say, the first one where you really get the fruitiness and the flavors of the region. I don't know if you guys ever heard the flavors of the region. So what that refers to is, for us, you get this kind of raisinette, milk chocolate, even an aftertaste that kind of lingers in your mouth, but not in a sticky way. It lingers in your mouth like how a raisin would linger in your mouth after you eat it. Very, very sweet, fruity, um, and then it's got this chocolatey flavor to it. I want some coffee. I'm gonna be right. I'm gonna You can go run and get myself some coffee here. So medium roast is the one you want to get if you're still, you're not looking for this super buzz. Oh my god, look at this line. Too early. These guys are doing well. These are run by Russians. So medium roast. Are you in line here? Oh, okay. Medium roast, milk chocolate, sweet and smooth, no bitterness, no sourness whatsoever. If you're making an espresso, the medium roast is a really good choice. Uh, it is. You really get that unique flavor in the coffee that you probably wouldn't get elsewhere. And we pick all this coffee by hand. This coffee never gets sprayed with any chemical pesticides. We're only using naturally occurring soil funguses and soil bacterias on this coffee. And so for that reason, you'll also have way less jitteriness than you'd notice with other coffees. The jitters often comes from those residues from the chemical pesticides. If you drink coffee and the lines start vibrating, that might be because of chemical pesticides. Let's see if I put this on flash sale. Man, today is slow. What's going on, guys? No one. It's Tuesday. It's a Tuesday. Or maybe I'm just slow. Maybe you guys want me to act crazy. See, that's still always the thing. I suspect a lot of you guys want me to act crazy. So it's this fine balance, I don't want to be too crazy, but I don't want to be, because then no one buys anything. What coffee should I get today? Uh, you get the drip. Yeah, I'm gonna get the drip. What kind of coffee did you guys all drink today? And have you guys been drinking more coffee? Let's see here. I'm gonna do a poll. I kind of like these polls. All right, triple shot. You're almost out. So you've been drinking. Have you? So you haven't noticed the extra fancy makes you crazy? Because the white coffee makes me crazy, and my wife's like it makes her crazy too. So we're cutting back. We're cutting back to the light roast rather than the white coffee. White coffee is just too strong for us. You know? This is the medium roast. Put it on flash sale here, 26.25. Medium roast was roasted on last Thursday, so almost a week now. Ultra white, grinded finer. You know, for some people, it may not make you crazy. Maybe I'm just crazy. And I got some Mac nuts. Dark side, did you get an update on your shipping? I know you asked me about when the honey is shipping. We do have more Mac nuts. I don't know if I put it in my store. There we go. There's some Mac nuts here. These Mac nuts, so macadamia nuts, are actually the easiest nuts to digest. How was the turmeric flour? Oh, I guess you didn't drink it yet. You just got the sample. So Mac nuts are the easiest nuts to digest. They are loaded with omega-3s, so they're anti-inflammatory. They don't have any tannins in it, and they don't have any oxalates in it. So people who eat Mac nuts every day actually, their inflammation levels go down. And they also have a compound in it called omega-7. And omega-7 is something which is really good for your skin. Yeah, the turmeric flower tea isn't going to be crazy. It's not. It's a nice, easy feeling to it, but it's not. It's not like the white coffee that I kind of created just to try to get you high. So Mac nuts are really expensive too. In Hawaii, that's why I don't do the $1 starts. In Hawaii, if you come to Hawaii to buy Mac nuts, people are actually importing our Mac nuts and selling it under the Hawaiian brand, but not telling you that it's Hawaiian. And that's just because our Mac nuts are too expensive. But you're going to notice Mac nuts from other regions of the world taste a little bit cardboardy. They're not really as full in flavor as our Mac nuts. Our Mac nuts have this nice buttery taste to it, almost cheesy. It's almost got this very complex flavor to it. So it's a little bit different than other Mac nuts just because of how we have that active volcano here, which is just constantly replenishing the soil, makes everything here grow bigger, fuller in flavor, closer to its full genetic potential. And I'll run this for $1 less. And so Mac nuts are super healthy, really good for you, good for your digestion, easiest to digest. They don't have any oxalates in them. So a lot of nuts have a lot of oxalates in them. So most of you guys have drank 2 cups of coffee. We've got 2 people who drank 5 cups or more. That's good. 5 cups is a lot of coffee. After 1 cup, I already start getting crazy. But the more coffee you drink, the better, right? All right. Let's do another poll. It's 2 cups. More polls. Dark peaberry. Let's see. I can do some dark peaberry for you. Guess I'm a little slow today. How about I can give you 2 pounds of dark peaberry for 110. I can give you 8 ounces for 32. So if you guys want 2 pounds, peaberry is the rarest of all our coffees. It takes up to 100 pounds of coffee to produce 1 pound of peaberry. So it's 4 cups. Did you get your honey, Caitlin? Because it still says I didn't send it, but I know I sent it, but maybe I messed it up. Maybe you had something else that I'm missing. So hopefully you got everything I owe you. If not, let me know. So that's my peaberry. 2 pounds. I'm giving away a pound of peaberry at 12 o'clock. So if you stay here till 12, I will give you a full pound of peaberry. You don't really need to use any creamer. So whatever creamer you use, start with less of it because you're going to notice our coffee doesn't have that bitterness that you expect coffee to have. And the creamer sort of ties up that bitterness, right? It helps that bitterness go away. But we don't have any bitterness in our coffee. And so the tendency is that you don't really need any creamer. It is 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. here. This is everyone just getting started. Let me see what I want to drink here. I don't even think they serve Kona coffee here. I think it's probably a blend. Thanks, Jordan. Appreciate that. You don't really need any sugar. Not yet. Okay. Yeah, if anyone's missing stuff, we got everything out up to the 23rd. There's some items on the 23rd. If you ordered OG, we actually ran out of OG. So I'm getting more of that. Yep. And you guys are going to be permanently on daylight savings. And we don't do daylight savings. So I'm not really sure how that works. It's a little confusing, but I think it'll just be permanently only 5-hour difference. Is it a 5-hour difference or a 6-hour difference? I never know. I get confused. It looks like most of you guys are, it's a 5-hour difference between us and Texas. I always measure it to New York. So that means is that a 6-hour difference to New York or? Yeah. So Texas is only 1 hour different from New York? All right. Because I only remember New York. All right. How about this? I'll give you 2 pounds of dark for 100. That's the best I can do on the peaberry. That's like super. That's like you're paying Kona prices for the peaberry. So give you guys 2 pounds of dark peaberry for $100. You're gonna have more peaberry than you can drink. Oh, 2 pounds goes pretty quickly, actually. All right. Yeah, the 23rd is not sent yet, but everything else we did drop off. So if you're missing something, hopefully it gets. I'm hoping it gets scanned pretty quickly, but ooh, that looks good. Egg, cheese, bacon, egg, bacon, cheese, croissant, bacon, cheddar. Whoa, that looks good. Yeah, let me show you this. Yummy. All right, I'm gonna order. So you guys are mostly dark roast. Should I do some deals on my dark? No one wants that dark. like you guys all got your coffees. We do have an Estate Natural Dark, which is kind of fruity, kind of different than all of our other coffees. I'll do 8 ounces of this for $30. I only have 40 pounds of this. I don't know how long I'm gonna do this natural dark for. I did try the light. It has a little bit more brightness than my other lights, and a lot more fruitiness to it. So kind of interesting like that. All right. Hey, how are you? Can I get a drip? And then can I get one of these cheddar bacon things you got? Let's see. We'll do this dark. 40%. That makes sense.
Would that be for here to go?
For here.
It's all for you today?
That's it, yeah.
Can you give me for your order?
Ed.
Thank you. I'll say I'm going to fill you up.
Eduardo. All right, thank you. All right, so this is our natural. This is our natural coffee here. Mm. I can't resist a good bacon. Thank you. I cannot resist a good bacon. I love bacon. I'm just gonna sit here for a while until my batteries start running out. All right. What else are we doing? So, yeah, this Estate Natural is a little bit it's possible, very possible. But I wouldn't know why that is.
They live on my so I just walk down to the bottom.
But they are the smaller beans, so they might, I don't know, they might have more caffeine per bean potentially. It is very possible. I wouldn't dismiss it. Let's see if I got some samples of this natural coffee. So every batch of our coffee is actually milled separately. So there can be even significant variations from batch to batch. So there's definitely, if you notice a difference, you're probably not imagining it. Even from roaster to roaster is a little bit different. So we try to be as consistent as possible, but there's definitely going to be some level of difference and variation from batch to batch. I don't have any 2-ounce samples of the dark. The dark natural is worth trying. Good. Target is having a clearance on their toys. So every time I ask my daughter, "Where do you want to go now? You want to go to the beach? No. You want to go to the park? No. I want to go to Ross stores." Like, we just went to Ross stores yesterday. I want to go to Ross stores or Target. That's where we're going. Ross stores or Target. All right. I'm going to set up um, a 2-ounce sample of our dark natural. There we go. All right. Again, this dark natural. If you guys like dark coffee, this is what we're trying. It's going to be somewhat winey, but not in a bad way. Just a very very fruity, sweeter, almost like a wine. It's a fruitiness that you wouldn't expect from coffee. This is an estate grade. Let me change that. So for $2, you guys are. There we go. All right, you guys are getting started at $3 this time. Kitchen cabinet. I mean, technically, it's good to drink for a year, but in terms of peak freshness, dark roast within a month, light roast within 2 months. If you can't drink it within that period, you should put it in your freezer. So these are samples of the dark. I'm gonna be livelier soon. I haven't had my coffee yet, so I'm a little too chilled. All right, Aaron, haven't sent out your makeup. More beans. They just keep coming. Are they talking? Good medium roast. Boulder would be dark. Did you get a light roast? Why not? I think the peaberry, you got the white. Okay, that's really light. Medium. I would do medium peaberry is good. Your medium Hawaiian is also really good. Peaberry has more nuttiness than the medium Hawaiian. but the medium Hawaiian is the best value. I always try to get people to buy the Hawaiian because it's something you can drink. You can justify yourself drinking every day. And then you really start to notice those nice, digestive effects of the coffee. The medium peaberry is a very high grade, right? It's almost buttery, even smoother than your typical medium coffees, and it has a little bit of nuttiness to it. So if you want something that's kind of the cream of the crop, then you want to do the peaberry. The peaberry is the most expensive coffee that we have. It's let me see where it is. I'm trying to pace myself today too, because yeah. We also have a fancy medium, which is actually kind of nice. That one's just the perfect beans. They're 18 screen in this case, and these are the buttery beans. Yep. Let me try to run a sample for you. So far, I'm calmer today. I didn't drink my white coffee. Trying to stay focused on the coffee. I don't know if I'm ever gonna do those again, Diana, because they actually raised the price now. So they want to retail it for $20 for 2 ounces, and even $12 for 2 ounces was pushing it. So I'm just like, I'm not gonna. I don't know. Some people just some items are just too expensive for my conscience. It's like, so more people are gonna complain if it's $20 for 2 ounces. All right, here's some samples of the medium Hawaiian. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? $20 for 2 ounces. This tastes like regular coffee to me. Regular coffee is just not the same. Regular coffee has that ashy flavor to it, right? It's like ashy, and then it's burned. So our coffee just doesn't have any of that ashiness. It's kind of that nice, you do get this. You still get some of that nice toasted sweet richness of coffee after your tongue gets that past the ashiness, but it kind of lingers on in your mouth, right? Regular coffee, and then that ashiness just sticks to you, and that's that bad coffee breath that you get. So our coffee will not leave life aftertaste. Yep. So our coffee will not leave that weird aftertaste in your mouth, and that's sort of the key to our coffee, and it's because of how ripe our coffee is. We wait for the coffee to come deep red, purple, or brown before taking it off the trees. We're waiting 4 to 6 weeks longer for the coffee to fall off to the touch, and as a result of that, the beans are just. Oh no, I did it again. Medium 2 ounce sampler for $1.20. You guys can grab it. It's just a sampler. If you guys want 12 of them, $1.20 for a 2 ounce bag of medium. I did that by mistake, guys. I'm sorry. So grab them, 2 ounce samplers. They took it. 3 people took it. 4. So we got a 2 ounce sampler for $1.20. 2 ounce sampler for $1.20 here. It won't let you take it. You can once. So it's a lot like an ice wine, right? If we leave the coffee for a week longer, a lot of it falls off to the trees. So if it rains, it falls off the trees. Oh, you're only allowed to get one. Yeah, that's right. If we leave it too long, gets sunny, it shrivels up. So once that fruit splits, it starts to shrivel up and gets moldy. So it's like within. So this coffee is very much like an ice wine. right? It doesn't have any of that bitterness and sourness that you expect. And it's for the same reasons because we pick it at the last possible minute. So we got a flash sale going on here. I did this by mistake. It's $1.20 for 2 ounces. So you got to pay it for the shipping though. So maybe that's and yeah. So this coffee is just it really comes down to how late we pick the coffee. The fermentation will make a difference. We just ferment our coffee based on whatever yeasts are already existing in the area. So this is an 80% off flash sale on the medium Hawaiian. I don't normally do this. I had this set from before. So you have 20 seconds left to get a 2 ounce sample of the medium Hawaiian just roasted last week for $1.20 here. Super cheap. Give it a give it a give it a buzz. And the medium roast tastes like a chocolate covered raisin. Really sweet, good stuff. All right, you guys picked them up. It's all right. I got more coffee coming. I do this a lot. I screw up a lot, but it works out in the end. I'm just surfing. I'm surfing the cosmos. All right, so what do we got next here? We got 2 ounces of the extra fancy white as a sample. I'm sorry, guys. This time, my current new batch is now, or the Kona is pretty much out of extra fancy for now. So now what I got is a fancy. And if you guys are just joining us for the first time, we're here selling coffee. We're 100% Kona Coffee Farm. We also do a Hawaiian coffee. This coffee is all grown in Kona, so it's not just your Kauai coffee or whatever it is that you guys are getting in the stores. This is even the Hawaiian grade coffee is grown in Kona, so it's going to be far sweeter and smoother than coffee from anywhere else in the world. We pick all the coffee by hand. All this coffee is grown on small 6-acre farms. We don't spray the coffee with any chemical pesticides. We're only using naturally occurring soil funguses and soil bacteria. So as a result of that, our beans are way cleaner. They won't give you the jitters. They won't give you acid reflux. It's a very different experience than other coffees. It's not a strategy. Well, part of it is you guys like how real I am, but it's not a strategy. I just screw things up a lot. You can ask my wife. You should see my car. It's dented all over the place. It's mainly because I have brain damage on my right side, so I don't have very good planning capabilities. The strategy is just to keep it real. Keep it real. All right, but this white coffee is gonna give you a buzz like you've never experienced. It This white coffee is roasted only to 350 degrees, so it won't give you. It doesn't. It's barely cooked. It tastes like a toasted corn. Doesn't even really taste like coffee, but it's got this buzz to it that you wouldn't believe. It makes you feel like you drank 10 cups of coffee. It's too much for me these days. It was only 100 rumpy, and it was oxymorphine. It wasn't oxy. It was it was it oxymorphine? Is that what I said? Yeah, right. It wasn't oxycontin. It was oxymorphine. The medium is roasted to 425. It's only 100 rumpy. Let's not exaggerate. Man, I was a fuck up when I was a. You got some. I don't do any of that stuff. It's when I do that stuff when you run out, like life just sucks. Life sucks for like 6 months. I can't. I don't have any motivation to do anything. Yeah, it sucks. So white Hawaiian and white extra fancy is a grade difference, and a quality difference. So the extra fan, it's actually a fancy now, right? The fancy is 18 screen or above, 160. So whereas the Hawaiian is 14 screen, so it's 4/64ths of an inch difference. It works. Yeah, no doubt, it works on pain. It makes pain fun. Makes pain go away. Anyway, coffee. The extra fancy flawless beans, like, or the fancy also flawless beans, less than 1% defects on those beans. So all the beans, they're pretty. The Hawaiian beans, about 30% of the beans are ugly. So you heard about ugly fruit. There's ugly coffee, and so the Hawaiian beans, up to 30% of the coffee is ugly. Your Kona beans, up to 10% of the beans are ugly. So that makes a difference. To the roaster, when you're presenting the beans to people, they want to see perfect beans. Um, in terms of the flavor, it's a little bit nuttier when you get to the extra fancy, because when you have perfect beans, uh, there's less surface area for the coffee to escape from. This is a much better seat here. But the white coffee has some of that in it. They're both going to be pretty much the same. It's all coming off the same trees, right? All of our coffee comes off the same trees. They only get graded right before we roast them. And that's actually something that's unique about our coffee as well, and why our coffee is so much fresher. We mill the coffee as we need it. Whereas when you import coffee, you actually have to let them sit on a boat for, right? You have to mill all the coffee at once. So people will mill their entire harvest, like 20, 30,000 pounds, put it into a plastic bag, seal it up, put it on the boat, and the coffee gets exported after it's been milled. But coffee is actually a nut. It actually has a shell on it. And like any nut, the second you shell it, it's actually going to start going bad. And that's why a lot of your coffees also have to be roasted so dark, because they do have to be shelled right away before they put it on the boat. And once they're shelled, the mold starts growing, the bacteria starts growing. So if you had any problems, my farm produces anywhere from 500 to 2,000 pounds. I have, I'm part of, my hill has about 25 farms on it, and that's where I'm getting a lot of the coffee from. Is my immediate neighbors in South Kona. They're probably producing 100,000 pounds of coffee. I don't know, which isn't that much coffee, but it's enough. It's enough to keep us going. Different grading though, like the peaberry, we haven't been able to get. The Katura, there's maybe only 400 pounds of it a year, stuff like that. So there's individual differences, but overall, I'm producing only like 500 to 2,000 pounds of roasted coffee, and then I have access to maybe, it's not going to be 100,000 pound because everyone sells their own coffee too, but that's where the coffee's coming from. I'll give you 2 pounds of this extra fancy for $100. Extra fancy white, or no, it's a fancy white, guys. Sounds like a lot. I think there's like 20, maybe 100 million pounds of coffee produced per year, something like that. It's a lot of coffee. People drink a lot of coffee. So we're just a tiny drop in the bucket. And I got to change this listing. This is now fancy coffee, no longer extra fancy. Yeah, we barely produce any coffee out here. So I'm always kind of facing some shortages, grading shortages, um, subtype shortages. I just, there's a lot of coffee fraud. I don't know if you knew that. Indonesian beans are the only beans that grow as large as ours. And so people actually fraud the coffee, and they'll bring in Indonesian beans. What should we do here? Let me, I don't better not do the auctions. I don't trust the auctions today anymore these days. The summertime, the auctions don't do that great. But if you want 2 pounds of fancy white, this white, a big farm, I would say give it 1,000 pounds per 5 acres. So a big farm might do 10,000 pounds of coffee. Not that much. That's a big farm, 50 acres, 100 acres. Yeah, 1,000 pounds per 5 acres is the average. And a big farm for us is like 50 acres. So we don't get that big here. It's very, very small. Even the big farms are pretty small. So it's super small scale. Mainly our labor supply. It's very hard to find consistent labor. Um, you end up having to get families to live with you, and then they don't leave. So it's it's problematic. You expand too fast. We don't have the housing for people. So if you expand too fast, you end up getting. If you expand too fast, you end up becoming hostage to your labor. They can just raise their price on you and all that stuff. So it's extremely hard. I'm sure it's that way. The other problem is we can't get machinery on them. We don't have we can't get machinery onto the farms, etc. So it's hard. Right. It's not the light roast. It's a little bit different. So our light goes to 400. Our white is 350. Our light roast still tastes like coffee. Right. So our light roast is what you would find in a store as a blonde roast. Our medium roast is 425, which is close to what a lot of you guys might be getting as a medium roast, maybe a little bit lighter. And our dark roast is like a dark medium. That one's going to taste like your dark roast. Light medium will still give you 2 or 3 times the buzz of your dark coffee. Your medium roast, the light roast will still be a little bit nutty, kind of has a tea flavor to it, somewhat bright, so there will be a little bit of acidity to it. The medium roast, almost no acidity at all. The dark roast, zero acidity. And so if you like that little touch of tanginess in your coffee, then the light roast is good. If you don't like any of that, then maybe the medium because you still get some fruitiness. Yeah, the light mediums is good. It used to be our best seller until I introduced the medium. So, but the light medium gives you more of a buzz. Definitely, you start getting that white coffee buzz in the light roast. I would say medium, but I would also say each one is very different, and all of them will make a good iced coffee. Especially if you're doing like a cold brew iced coffee, all of them will have their benefit, different kind of pluses and minuses. They're just very different flavors. Um, yeah, they're all very different. Yeah, let me run some light medium for you, Jordan. This light medium is actually roasted on Saturday, so this is probably the freshest coffee we have. We're almost out of dark roast, so we're gonna have more new dark roast on Thursday, and new medium roast on Thursday. The light roast was roasted on Saturday. Light roast will also age better. So if you let the light roast sit for a month, it actually gets sweeter. It loses some of its nuttiness and it gets sweeter. And then some people even say you can let the light roast sit for up to 2 months before. And I'll run another one. You guys don't have to bid it up. You can if you want to, but you can let the light roast age for quite a bit longer. It tends to get sweeter as you let it age. It's kind of interesting like that. Hey JD, I'm calm today, JD. I didn't drink any white coffee. I think I need to stay away from the white coffee. It makes me crazy. How are you doing, JD? Are you still on the white coffee? Still cleaning? A little bit of the time. You know how to pace yourself. Here's one more. Still cleaning. That's good. That's good. Cleaning is good. Especially cleaning the toilets, right? They really appreciate that. Robo Ed. I gotta go back to being Robo Ed. I was thinking about hiring someone to do my TikTok. Just like maybe I feel like what the call centers, the Indians should do is they should start being like TikTok affiliate or TikTok host for hire. Right? That'd be a good thing. That'd be a great thing. They'll go on 24 hours a day just selling whatever you want them to sell. We need to do that. That's a business idea. There was a there's a company in Mexico that I almost hired to do all my phone calls because when Trump kicked all the Mexicans out, all these Mexicans who, speak perfect English came here when they were like, little kids, got sent back to Mexico. And now they're all willing to do phone calls from Mexico. So I was going to hire Mexicans to sell my coffee. But it's not funny, Viegas. How could you laugh at that? That's tragic. But anyway, so I was gonna do that, but I just never got around to it. I still kind of want to do it. I want to hire these Mexicans to sell my coffee because I love. I don't want to hire Americans to do it. I only want to hire Mexicans. Forget about picking the coffee. I'm gonna get them to get on the phone. I know you're allowed to laugh. You're allowed to laugh, but forget about getting Mexicans to pick the coffee. Now they're gonna pick up the phone calls. They're moving up the food chain. And then we got to get the Hondurans to pick the coffee. Did I tell you guys? The alien Mexicans. That's right. Did I tell you guys? I was on Facebook once. I was talking to Honduran coffee pickers, like a coffee picker union. And they asked me, how much do you guys get paid to pick the coffee? I was like, we pay people $1 a pound. And I was like, how much do you pay people? They're like, we get paid $1 per 100 pounds. And then the next day in the news, there was like a caravan of Hondurans who were trying to cross the border. I was like, oh shit, was that my fault? So that's my story about the Honduran coffee pickers. So now I don't tell people how much we pay because I don't want to break people's hearts. All right. So yeah, so if you guys just join us, I'm a coffee farmer in Kona. We have small 6-acre family farms. Most of this land is actually still owned by a trust that was established by the last royal family of Hawaii. So we actually don't own this land. We lease the land. Some people own the land, but we lease our land, and we pay a lease fee to the landowners. They're all Kamehameha schools, Bishop estates. So we're paying a lease fee, and they use that money to pay for elite schools for Native Hawaiians. So you guys are funding education when you guys buy this coffee. That's right. It's ethical coffee. We don't spray the coffee with any chemical pesticides. We only use naturally occurring soil funguses and soil bacterias. So the coffee is going to be a lot sweeter. I mean, it's going to be low in jitters. It's natural, probiotic, right? We don't do anything bad to the coffees. I'll run a $1 start on this medium Hawaiian. Let's see if anyone goes for it. Let's see how the bids are today. I have a feeling no one's bidding, but we'll see. So this is a 12-ounce bag of Hawaiian medium roasted less than a week ago. Most of the coffee you guys are buying in the store was roasted 6 to 18 months ago. This retails for $35 for 8 ounces in most other coffee shops, whereas we sell ours for $35 for 12 ounces. It's a really pretty bean. So a lot of times out here, you can go to like Costco and people are setting up stands selling coffee for 24 bucks a pound. They're probably selling this coffee, and it may not be as good as ours, but this is a very sweet coffee. There's more differences between grades, I mean, between farms than there are between grades. So if you have a farm that has a really good extra fancy, they're also going to have a really good Hawaiian. Whereas if you have a farm where their extra fancy doesn't taste that great, then our Hawaiian coffee might taste better than their extra fancy. No bitters. Let's try one more. Medium roast. This one tastes like a chocolate covered raisin. It's going to give you no acid reflux, no jitters, no acidity, very smooth feeling buzz. And that's just because of how ripe the coffee is when we pick it. We are waiting 4 to 6 weeks longer, letting the coffee ripen on the tree than it gets in other countries. This is over 70% off at 13 bucks. Phew, you guys almost killed me there. I mean, 50% off, even that's a lot, but plum. It could be plum. Yep. That very, very sweet though, right? Almost a prune or a plum. And it leaves that nice fruity flavor in your mouth, but not in that moldy way. A lot of coffee leaves your mouth tasting moldy. And that if you feel like your mouth getting dirtier and sticky when you drink your coffee, you should stop drinking that coffee. Yeah, you guys got some deals on that one. Ooh, I'm actually pretty much out of my dark roast, so I'm just gonna remove that from my show. Let's yeah, I'm kind of low on coffee. Kind of low on coffee again. But if you guys are joining us for the first time, this coffee is freshly roasted. The dark roast was roasted on Thursday. Let me do one of our estate though. Let's do an estate coffee here. Let me just go through each of my items. How about a natural? Here's an estate natural dark 8 ounce bag. I'll do that for a $1 start. So the difference between a natural coffee, let me just talk about it first. I feel like I don't talk about what I'm selling enough. That's what my LinkedIn tells me schizophrenically. I take orders from all and suggestions from all the headlines on my social media. And I feel like they're criticizing me, and it actually helps a lot. So they tell me that I don't talk about things enough. I don't describe what I'm selling. I just expect you to know, and I just run things too quickly, and then no one even really knows what they're buying. That's what they told me on my LinkedIn. I don't know if they're really talking to me, but you guys want to talk more about the UFOs? We'll talk about that later. I haven't drank enough coffee yet. But yeah, this it's I didn't drink any. I drank so much coffee yesterday. I had a tough time sleeping last night. I had this nightmare that I had a leak. Like there was a fire and I had to open the fire hydrant, and I opened the fire hydrant and I got all this water, but then I didn't have the tools to close the fire hydrant. I tried to jerry rig it, and it was just like I didn't have the right size wrench. And every time I fixed one thing, a new leak popped open, and I was just like, oh my god, I'm gonna get in so much trouble for this. And just like all this, the water pipes were leaking, and now there are holes in the ground from the water. And everyone around me was looking at me and being like, what did you do? Like, why didn't you just get the right wrench? Is that how you feel with the white coffee? Oh, your white coffee is wearing down. Okay, I thought you were saying my white coffee is wearing down. Yeah, it's actually not so bad. A little bit like that. If you drank 10 cups of white coffee, it does feel like, you just came home from the casino on a bad night. You lost a lot of money, and my wife's actually the gambler, not me. I hate gambling. It makes me feel terrible. All right, so anyway, I still didn't talk about the coffee. You guys threw me off. You guys must be coming from the casino. You guys must be coming from my competitors. You're just trying to throw me off. You know how to push my buttons. All you got to do is start talking about gambling and UFOs, and then I stop selling coffee. Yeah, for me, whenever I gamble, I just keep going all in. Like if I play poker, I just go all in on every hand. In the beginning, I win, but then people figure out I'm just crazy, and then they call me and I lose with like a pair of twos or nothing, just an ace high, or So that's how I gamble. Same with, but for a while I win because everyone's scared of me, right? They think, oh, this guy knows what he's doing, but then people just figure out that I'm crazy, and then they're like, okay, we'll just knock him out. We'll just take his money. Okay, let's try to talk about the coffee again. Sorry, guys. So this is our Estate Natural. It's a different coffee than our washed coffees. There's two ways to make coffee, right? There's washed coffee and then there's natural coffee. About 90, I think it's 99% of the coffee in the world is washed. You wash the coffee by fermenting it. You pulp it, ferment it in a tub of water. It makes the parchment nice and white. It cleans up all the juices, all the sugars get fermented away. And so the coffee gives you that distinct kind of chocolatey flavor because chocolate is also fermented. The estate coffee here, the natural coffee is dried in its fruit skin. And so it tastes a little bit differently. It tastes fruity, almost like a wine. It's got this very rich wine, almost like a fruity chocolate flavor. So it's very different than your standard coffees. And it's a little bit brighter, but on the dark roast, you get this rich fruit, flowery fruit note to it. Very different than your standard coffees here. And I'm going to get rid of this now that I know you guys are mostly drinking dark coffee. End this poll. The only thing I have to say about the percolators, hey Mac the Knife, I meant to write you back about your granddaughter. Sorry I didn't get back to you, but it sounds like a great day that you had, hopefully. Um, Percolator, if you're ever brewing coffee a without a paper filter, it is gonna affect your health. So percolators, espressos, you get a richer cup of coffee. Thanks for understanding, Mac. Appreciate it. You sometimes if you don't write them back right away, it like lingers in your head, but then you just don't do it. So I try not to look at any of my messages unless I have time to write back right away, but I just broke my rule. So the natural coffee will be quite a bit fruitier and almost like a wine rather than surprising how much like a wine coffee can taste after even it's roasted. So this is I'll do a $1 star 8-ounce bag, Cajun Chef, 8-ounce bag of our Estate Natural. We only have 40 pounds of this, so it's a little bit different than your other coffees. This is a Estate, 100% Estate coffee. So you're talking at least, $50 a pound for it, maybe more. We charge 75 on our website, but we do give discounts, never less than, you know, $50 a pound. But yeah, the dark natural has this winey, fruity taste to it. And this is 100% estate. You guys are getting it for $9. All right. I knew I shouldn't have done that. All right. Well, that's the only one. I'm not going to do that again. We tested that market. You guys could get a 2-ounce sample for $8 if you want. Here, let's see if there's any takers on the 2-ounce natural. You guys don't like natural coffees? Have you guys tried a natural coffee before? Natural coffee is very different. It's unique. Some people don't like it. You know, some people hear natural coffee are like, I don't want to try. I don't like natural coffee. It's too fruity for me. But most people have probably never tried a natural coffee. You don't really find natural coffees except from extremely specialty roasters. And so this is something a little bit unique, worth trying, especially if you're getting it for $4. This is a higher grade than your Hawaiian coffee. So I'll run it for $5 here. And this was just roasted on Saturday. So fresh coffee, freshly roasted coffee. Nothing like freshly roasted coffee, right? It's coffee just decays pretty quickly, especially the dark roast. Your dark roast, if you don't plan on drinking within a month, you should throw it in the freezer right away. Otherwise, you're gonna be paying for it with the flavor. It starts to taste ash. It starts to taste like a old cigarette. In fact, a lot of the coffee I'm drinking today reminds me of an old wet cigarette. That's the flavor profile when I. So that's why these 2 ounces are pretty good. You can throw these in the freezer and it'll stay good for up to a year. So you only want to, if you're not going to drink it right away, throw it in the freezer. Otherwise, yeah, it does start to taste like a wet cigarette, which is what my coffee tastes like today. I don't like it.
Yep, that sounds good.
Yuck.
Oh, this is extremely cool.
Is that what your coffee tastes like every day? That's terrible. You guys are drinking terrible coffee. Yeah. That's the unfortunate part. Even in Kona, people aren't drinking Kona coffee. It's too expensive. Deltron, how you doing? People aren't even drinking Kona coffee in Kona. You seem like you're someone who knows how to live. You know about the good things in life, so you're not going to tolerate bad coffee. Probably got good coffee, good food. 2 ounce dark natural, bad coffee. Well then, yeah, I feel like coffee. You got to think of it like a wine. There's you can get really good wine, you can get really bad wine. Both of them get you drunk. Same with our coffee. All right, let's do our next item. Is a fancy Kona White. Fancy is one grade below extra fancy. It's the best grade I can get right now in Kona. We're towards the end of the season, so we're out of the extra fancy. Fancy coffee is 18 spoon or above, less than 1% defects on the beans. So they're practically defect free. Very, very pretty beans. The nicer beans, when you go to roast them, they retain the flavors better. They age better. So, your dark coffee, if you get the high grade beans, it's not gonna go, you know, smoked wet cigarette as quickly. Even our Hawaiian coffee, you leave it there for too long, it's gonna, get that kind of wet cigarette flavor to it. The white coffee still tastes nutty. It tastes like a toasted corn tea, but gives you a really strong buzz. And these are practically defect free. The fancy and extra fancy, in terms of the grade, in terms of the defects, are the same, less than 1% defects. So they're extremely clean coffee, and that cleanness makes it, I think, so you can drink more. So one of who was it before that mentioned you were getting a little bit more of a buzz? So, and I think that might be real. I think that might be, when the off grade coffee is also the least dense of all our coffees. Yeah, that's right, Diana. So I think, so per bean, you're probably going to get, or when the beans are green, right? You're going to have caffeine in it. When you roast it, caffeine is more stable than a lot of the other compounds in coffee. It has a higher evaporation temperature. So if the bean is less dense, more of the other stuff goes away. You guys all want the white coffee. White coffee is the healthiest by far. I would be drinking the white coffee all the time if it wasn't for the fact that it made me crazy and unable to sell coffee. All I want to do is talk to you guys about the NSA and aliens and Mexicans and how everyone should be watched all the it's just bad. Like it's just bad. And then I go on my TikTok and I want to say racist things just to bait people. It's like it makes me into a bad person. So I'm gonna just back off the white coffee. I know when to quit. Makes me into a bad person. Well, I don't know if white coffee makes it's kind of fun to be a bad person, right? The white coffee definitely makes me more fun. But then some people don't like the kind of fun that other people like, and then so you're a bad person to some people and you're a fun person to other people. And isn't that really a lot of people? They're just all those drug cartels. It all comes from they just wanted to have fun. It started because they wanted to have fun. They wanted to make other people have fun, and then it just gets bad. So the white coffee can maybe get bad very quickly. I don't know. I don't know. McShane, you're stocking up on the white. Have you stocking up on the white coffee? It's good. Now this is dude. This at $8 a 2 ounce bag is the same price as what I give you the 8 ounce bag for. So you might as well get that extra packaging and store it. So this is a fancy grade of the white. This white coffee was just roasted on Saturday. It's very, very fresh. White coffee will also age very well. You almost want to age it. The nuttiness is going to start to go away, right? For a while, for the first 2 or 3 weeks, the white coffee is going to taste like there's going to be a peanut butter flavor to it. And then you let it age for longer, and that peanut butter flavor starts to go away. It's just going to be this sweet, it's kind of still kind of like a sugar cookie, but more of a corn, like a sweet cornbread or something like that. It's not quite coffee yet. So that's our white coffee there. But it definitely a little bit too much for me. I don't know if I can handle doing live sales and white coffee. All I want to do is talk smack. All right, what do we have next? Is it the estate dark? But now I'm so tired. Now I'm so tired. No one wants to buy coffee from a tired person. They're like, "What's wrong? What's wrong with your coffee? What's wrong with your coffee?" I don't know. It's not working. We have a dark peaberry here. This is an 8 ounce bag of dark peaberry, and the peaberry happens at the tips of the trees. I didn't. I'm quitting the white. It's too much for me. I drink the white, and I. Hey, speaking of white coffee, check it out. Ready? White coffee, number 12. That's a sign. That's another sign of going psychotic is when you start thinking all the signs around you are actually just are specifically there for you. It's all for me. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, ooh, they got matching uniforms. Check it out. Ready? Yeah, check it out. Right. There you go. Telling you, it's a sign. It's just, it's a sign. It's a sign you guys need to be drinking this white coffee. It's a sign. All right, I got some larger bags of the Hawaiian white. If you don't want to spend, $8 for 2 ounces, which is pretty expensive coffee. You guys are getting the best. The daily drinking one, almost the same. Just the beans are kind of ugly, but I'll give you guys this one for 26 for 12 ounces. So this is coffee puts you to sleep. So here is a 12-ounce bag of the white coffee for the white, and I should take away that ultra white. I think they're about the same. So this is also a new batch of our white Hawaiian. It's as white as any other white. It's just I need to get more food. And at 12:30, guys, I'm gonna give away a 1 pound bag of peaberry, medium peaberry. So don't miss that. All right, where are we here? Just change the name of that one. The dark roast can put some people to sleep. There's this thing where if something is a stimulant and you oxidize it, it does the opposite of what it would have done. And so a lot of people who say they fall asleep usually are drinking the dark roasts. All right, so that's our white Hawaiian, and I will do some samples. Boy, I'm tired. I had 3 times what I normally drink in coffee yesterday, and it's too much. I don't have the white in 2 ounces, unfortunately. All right, if you guys, anyone want the dark Hawaiian, these actually need to be $5, just so my prices are consistent. So this is a dark Hawaiian 2 ounce sampler. This one tastes like just a sweet pastry, dark chocolate caramel pastry, fried dough, a graham cracker kind of. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Coffee also makes me burp. Coffee has 1.5 grams of fiber in it. I don't know if you ever knew that. So it's actually good for your digestion in more ways than one. Coffee does have fiber in it. Oh, darn it. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. Um, why not? Oh, good. Okay. You didn't lose out. I don't like it when, I run it for $5 and then next thing I know, you could have gotten it for $4. Just gives you bad feelings, and bad feelings is bad karma. I have this theory that we're actually all already dead, and we're like in this single point singularity. And so I can actually talk to all of you guys in the dead world. And when I rip you off by $1 in the dead world, you guys are there and you're pissed off. I don't have sampler bundles because I don't know what I have. I always keep everything really fresh. So I don't have them in bundlers for that reason. But I can run whatever samples I have freshly available. Yeah, I get into trouble when I try to do bundles and then I don't have them pre-made. If I do pre-make them, then they're going to be sitting around for a little bit too long. All right, let's just so like so that's actually why my wife is watching me right now in the dead world. I got some weird beliefs, guys. I got some weird beliefs. So if you guys want a 2-ounce sample of the dark Hawaiian, this is a chocolatey sweet. This is the Hawaiian coffee is actually the sweetest of all our coffees. Ironically, a lot of the coffees you guys are finding, the extra fancy, the peaberry. I don't know. I don't I don't really I don't really have any. I didn't drink enough white coffee to get into that today. I'm having this non-Kona coffee. Kona coffee seems to have this kind of a little bit of a hallucinogenic feeling to it too. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Just very, I don't know, something about it is a little bit different. And I think it's just the ash, the micronutrient, the fact that the coffee reaches its full genetic potential, just everything in the coffee just develops a lot more. So yeah, I don't. It's driven by you guys. Do you guys have any good ones? You guys have any good conspiracy theories for us? All right, we got a fancy 2-ounce sample of our fancy. Yeah, their white coffee. So their white coffee is going to be cheaper than ours, probably significantly cheaper because the green beans that people are getting from Latin America, you can get green beans for $4 a pound from other countries, whereas us, we're not. $4 a pound translates into 40 cents per pound of coffee, and it costs us $1 just to pick it. So so it just doesn't work out for us. I heard it doesn't taste good either, but you should try it. I always say try other people's coffee because some coffee can be really good. I've had some crazy coffee. Don't say that, Sandon. Don't say that. I'm sure it's got good things about it. And they're the ones that discovered white coffee. Don't say that. Huh. That might be my fault. Maybe it's just taking me longer. Ooh, okay. Just stop all the voting. All packages. Interesting. Can't we just stop all the voting? All right, we got 2 ounces of Estate Natural. Just stop all the voting. Too much voting. It's like my wife, just constantly rearranging the furniture, constantly. The second everything is settled, she has to change the closet. She wants to redo the bathroom. It's like we just redid the bathroom. Now you got to hire people to tear down the stuff that you did, and then we got to put up. You want new tiles, and it's like we just got new tiles. Like just stop all the voting. Yeah, people grind it for you because it's so hard to grind the white coffee. It's gonna break your grinder. So I should be grinding it for you guys too, but I can't grind. It's too much to grind the coffee. It takes so long to grind the coffee, and it's like the second this thing's settled, now she wants to change this thing and that thing settled. I think she's just unstable. It's like just just stop. Just you're wasting all our money, rearranging things and renaming things and changing the color and changing the sign. It's like just stop. Can you just stop? Just stop. Stop changing things. It's fine. The bathroom is fine. The tiles are fine. Stop changing it. Jesus, it's not going to make it any better. But, you know, she wants to change it. She wants to change it. And I'm just an immigrant. I shouldn't even be getting involved. So I'm not getting involved. How about we do one of these at a $1 start? I don't even know if anyone bought any of these. I don't like this coffee. Is there something else I can get?
You know what?
Stop all the voting. But you know, you do have to vote because you gotta you do. I don't know. It's good to keep changing the people in power. Otherwise, they get too much power, and then they get too much power, and then they start blackmailing people, and then they start wasting more money. And so, you got to keep changing. Keep them. Just keep on changing. Keep on changing the people in power, so they can never accumulate. I need to get one. I need to get one. It's like people who don't have anything to do, give them a pool of money, and you let them compete for that. But we got to make the pool of money smaller and smaller. I think that's the key. It's the pool of money is too big. We got to make the money smaller, and this way, when you vote, when the people who want to compete for that pool of money because they don't have anything better to do, it's like there's less available. I don't know. There's no good solution. No matter what we do, we're fucked. Oh, it's like if my wife doesn't change the bathroom tiles, now she's going to be getting in my business. She's going to want me to change all the pictures on the coffee. She's going to want to change the bags on the coffee. So maybe it's just better to occupy all her time changing the bathroom tiles. This way she leaves me alone. So it's just like no matter what you do, you're gonna, no matter what you do, there's just certain people that they just can't leave you alone. They always got to be doing something. They can't relax. And so you just got to keep them busy. Maybe put holes in the roads on purpose so they can fix the roads or something. So this is a regular estate dark that I'm running now. Only $4. I'm gonna try. Just no winning. Let's try another estate dark. I did it again. I keep doing that. Wasting our time. There's got to be a way. Like, I don't know. Maybe just have a war all the time. If we just keep on having a war, like all the time, then I think that's the solution. Did I ever tell you my theory? War is the solution. It's not a popular theory. War is the solution. War is the answer. I don't go there, Viegas. That's how you get banned. All I have to say is he was an immigrant. He was an immigrant. And he was a vegetarian. That's all I have to say about him. He was a vegetarian. It's not popular. Hello. Can I get a double shot of espresso to try? And can I get a refill on this as well? Thanks. Yes.
Can I get a name for the order?
Ed. He was also an artist, and he was also a man. So all those people, all those things are bad. That's the only thing you could conclude. Vegetarians, immigrants, men, and artists, they're all bad. Nice. And people with mustaches, bad. They're all bad. Don't be like them. Where can I sit down? It's the combination. One more. You want one more for $3? That's too cheap. We got to get these up. Sorry. Well, at least we averaged out. Thanks, Diana. I appreciate it. I didn't mean to do that at 8 on purpose. The art school, and he was an immigrant from Austria. Bad. Naturalized citizens like me, they're bad. Don't trust them. Don't change the laws, guys. No naturalized citizens. We're bad. We're bad news. It's bad news, guys.
Yeah, do you have cake or chiffon?
Babies are good. I like babies. You guys like babies. Hitler was a baby once. It's bad. Espresso, dark roasts. Any of our dark roasts are good for espresso. Benny, I sent it out yesterday. I don't know what's going on. I definitely sent it out. So it should have. I don't know why some stuff didn't get scanned, but I printed it out. I packed it. I sent it. Maybe I need to send another one. Yeah, I definitely sent it out yesterday. I definitely did it. Like I made a point of doing it. And there's still stuff that didn't get scanned from the stuff that I sent yesterday. But like I looked. I like specifically looked. I'm just waiting for my espresso here. All right, what else we got going on here? Let's do a sample of the fancy medium. Let's try this. Valid delayed test run. You think that's what they're doing? Interesting. So maybe they missed the scan. So this is our fancy medium. This one is a $90 a pound coffee. This is the flawless coffee. So, oops, I did that for 10 again. Yeah, but that's why I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk about voting. All it does is get me into trouble. I'm just here to make money. What you guys do is none of my business. Voting is for only for people who can identify with larger groups, and I don't identify with anyone, so I better stay away from that. That's what I would do, Viegas. See, I'm bad. If someone misdelivers the package, I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna look inside, and if there's good stuff in it, it's mine. So I'm bad. I'm a bad person. Don't. I'm an immigrant. I'm no good. Don't vote for me. Don't vote for me. I could be the next Hitler. Don't vote for me. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't vote for me. You got to stop me. Yes, thanks. You got to stop me. See what you started, Viegas? Now I'm gonna be in trouble. Now I'm in trouble. Don't make me talk about about controversial topics. Just gonna say ridiculous things. All right, what are we doing? Can't wait to try it. I already spent. All right, you can vote twice. I voted like 4 or 5 times. Actually, I only voted once. I only voted once in my whole life. I'm never voting again. This is going off the rails. All right, let me do. I'll do one more for you, Diana. But I'm at that point in the day where I'm not even paying attention anymore. All right, Estate Dark. Make coffee great again. I'm here to get us into space. I'm not trying to get elected. My power comes from God. I don't need votes. No problem, Diana. My power comes from God. I don't want your votes. Go vote for someone who God doesn't love. I don't need your votes. The more you vote for me, the less God loves me. Go vote for someone God hates. He needs your vote more than I do. I don't want your votes. The more people vote for you, the more it shows God hates you. It's not a popularity contest. All right, guys. I lost it. I drank too much coffee already. Let's do some honey after this chocolate. These are cacao nibs. These are chocolate, raw chocolate. Let's focus on the food. Let's focus on the food. Raw chocolate. You can throw this in your ice cream. It's unsweetened. It tastes like a dark chocolate nut, but it's just they don't like the nibs, but you do. They're really healthy for you. You can eat these when you're hungry, and I don't know what's going on with your order, Benny. Maybe I don't know, but I need to. I definitely packed it yesterday, so I hope so. If you've been waiting a while, nibs are nice and healthy. Baking soda. Why would you put baking soda on your nibs? Is that these are long? These are long clocks. Baking cookies. Got it. I don't know how they do in baking cookies. They're kind of crunchy. They don't really melt. Like chocolate needs should melt. So I don't know how great they would be in cookies. But cacao has this other compound in it called, what do you sell, Benny? When you're a servant of God's purpose, you're a slave to people's praise. Precious metals. I feel like precious metals, even though it went down recently, it won't be a slave. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm one of those people who are always thinking about God. You wouldn't think it, but that's I'm one of those people. Cracks me up, actually. Um, yeah, it's Nixon's time, right? It's kind of like a repeat when Nixon took us off the gold standard and gold went up like what was it like 20 times. I feel like that's where we have to go. It's the only way we're going to pay off the debt is just inflating, and then so gold. Although the problem is everyone knows that, so maybe gold already went up, but I don't know. But it seems like no matter how much inflation we get, we're getting more debt. So at some point, gold just has to keep going up because that's the only solution is to print more money, unless we get the asteroids from my spaceships. But then the gold's going to go way down. So gold bugs probably don't want my spaceships to happen. They want gold to keep going up. Because if we get my spaceships, then we can just bring in an asteroid, and now gold is it's cheap. You need the rooster farm, so buy gold. It's like Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon is back. The ghost of Richard Nixon. All right, I'm gonna run these nibs for a little bit faster. I don't have cups. I've been looking for a good cup that I can be proud of, but I haven't found it. And I stopped importing stuff from China because like Richard Nixon, he was a great man. He was he was the greatest president ever. I think even after that, men will never be free until we don't need to be married to our wives. Men will never be free. Men will just never be free. Period. A lot of people do actually. Men will just never be free. Let's not kid ourselves. Coffee mugs. I haven't seen any. I feel like a lot of farms have their own mugs. I don't know. Hey, that cup of coffee was good. I had this mug from Albuquerque, and it was this really heavy. You guys seen my blue mug, right? That one. That one's the mug. I got that. Got them from Mexico. Mexico makes good stuff. I like. I used to get some stuff from Mexico. What did I try to do in Mexico once? I tried to sell my green teas in Mexico. I did. And it actually worked out pretty well, but then I couldn't keep up with it. I used to sell tea. All right, guys, we're done with the cacao nibs. What else do we have going on? Oh, here's some 2-ounce sample of our dark natural coffee. How about we do a $1 start on that? So this is different, right? This is the natural coffee. It's not the regular estate. It's a natural estate, which means it's going to be fruitier. Oh yeah, we got to do the honey. See, I'm starting to lose it. I drink 1 cup of coffee and I start to lose it. Well, what do you guys like about espresso? What is it about espresso that you guys like? This would make a really interesting espresso. I had a cup of drip coffee. You like the pickup. You like the boldness. It's pretty bitter. This will make a really interesting espresso, guys. This dark natural, it brings out that fruitiness. It's super interesting. So if you guys if you guys have never had a natural coffee or you just love espresso, this would be a really interesting and unique. It'll be bold, but it's gonna have a fruitiness in there that you wouldn't believe. So this is if you guys like dark espresso, I definitely try this out. After drinking the espresso, the drip coffee is like amazing because it doesn't taste bitter at all. Maybe that's what I like about espresso. Now this drip coffee tastes amazing. You've been waiting. The Folgers has been maybe that's why your coffee keeps being delayed because Folgers is like we got to keep Benny with us. We can't afford to lose him. They're watching. Right? It's not the government that's watching you. The government in America doesn't have any power. It's Folgers. It's Starbucks. They're watching you. It's not the government. The government isn't the problem in America. He's holding. Folgers called up the post office. Is like, Benny, we're about to lose Benny. You got to delay his mail. Keep losing that mail. And they should be. And they should be. They know. They know what the other rich are doing. They know what they're up to. Not allowed. You guys know about the Folgers conspiracy where they put a little camera in the cap and it transmits through your Wi-Fi, so it tells you. So if you don't buy Folgers enough time, I just made that up, guys. I just made that up. I just made that one up. Yeah, it was BS. I just made that one up. I'm sorry, guys. You never know. It could be. You never know. Yep. You never know. If it's not, if they're not doing it now, they should be. They should hire me. I'll do it. It's a great idea, actually. It's actually a really good idea. Like anytime they see the cap, you don't get a new cap in there transmitting, then they send you a coupon, so you buy more. Right? It's a good idea. We should be. If they're not doing it now, they should be doing it. I don't know why they're not doing it. I should. What do you mean? I should. I'm already doing it. My coffee bags come with a virus, and so it gets in your phone, and I can see you guys. I got like pictures of all of you at the top of my screen here. See, Marlboro's doing it. And then they know where you've been the whole time. Yep. Know where you've been last. I know what you did last summer. I'm always gonna know. I'm always going to know what you did last summer. Running these for $6. Dad's man cave. Congratulations. All right. See, why do you think I do these giveaways? Why do you think I do these giveaways? Not to sell you coffee. Exactly. Exactly. Should never take candy from a stranger. I'm pretty liberal. I don't really care what you did. Only I don't care what you did. Libertarian, not liberal. Liberals care what you did. Right? I don't care what you did. It's none of my business. I get paid. So All right, that's it. $6 is a little bit too low. All right, we got some more fancy white coffee here. You know, at least the dark coffee, I can still go back to selling the coffee. When I drink the white coffee, it's just over. I don't even want to sell your coffee anymore. All I want to do is rant. So here's 2 ounces of our white coffee here. Just roasted on Saturday. Tastes like a toasted corn. It's like drinking 10 cups of coffee. So I still got to drink 7 more cups before I hit my white coffee point. This is a fancy grade, so it's the highest grade of coffee that we have available right now, and the beans are flawless. All right, no takers on that. The natural, we did the fancy. All right, why don't we go back to our dark Hawaiian, 12-ounce bag. I'll do a $1 start on the dark Hawaiian, which is daily drinking coffee. It's 14. Only difference between our Hawaiian and our Kona was just the number of defects per bean. Kona coffee has less than 10% defects. Our white coffee has our Hawaiian coffee has up to 30% defects. And a defective bean is just a crack or a pinhole in it. It's still going to taste almost exactly the same. When you go to roast it, you definitely get it actually roasts the center a little bit more. So our Hawaiian coffee tends to be a little bit sweeter. Ironically, it is a little bit sweeter. So some people actually like the Hawaiian coffee more because the sweetness of it. I'll do a $1 start on this. This is a 12-ounce bag. Oh, I keep forgetting to do the honey. Let me do the honey. I'm sorry, guys. Do you guys ever see this movie? It's a cult movie, cult classic called Mitochondria. It's a Japanese movie where it's about an alien invasion that happened 100,000 years ago. And the aliens are the mitochondria. And all of a sudden, they decided to activate and they take over all of these Japanese women and their mitochondria. So we're actually just the spaceships for the mitochondria. That's a conspiracy right there. The mitochondria conspiracy. And so the aliens, the mitochondria suddenly took over. And so but it was Japanese, so they said mitochondria. So every time they took over, the guy would start shouting mitochondria, mitochondria. So that's the real conspiracy, is the mitochondria, mitochondria. And we're the spaceships. Okay, we got some honey here. $1 start on this. This is actually a 48 ounce. It's actually 48 ounces of honey in a 32-ounce jar. It's confusing. So if you go to the store, they would sell this as a 48-ounce jar. It's 32 ounces by volume, 42 ounces by weight. I would say turmeric at night. It's going to make you kind of tired. So this is the lehua flower. So it's so sweet, it's going to crystallize at the bottom. There's a lot of sugar in this one. The last one you guys bought was a tropical blend, which was just like the wildflowers in Hawaii. This one specifically, ohia flower, which is ohia is a tree that's endemic to Hawaii that only grows around. It's like the primary. I don't know what it's called. Primary something. Primary producer. When anyone study ecology, it's like the primary colonizer or whatever. It's the first plant that grows after the volcano erupts. It's actually pretty dramatic. Like you go to a volcano up here, you'll see these little ohia trees growing out of the rocks, and they can absorb the fumes in the air. You guys still thinking about the mitochondria? And so this is coming from the ohia flower. I'll run another one. It's very, very sweet. Um, hopefully this next batch. Not yet, JD. I'm gonna do the pound like 12:15 because I have to be on for 3 hours today to participate in this show. So the 1 pound will come pretty soon, around 12:15. So we'll do some more of these honeys. This is actually 32 volumetric ounces, which is 48, 3 pounds, 48 ounces of honey. So if you went to the store, they're selling it as 48 ounces of honey. It's not. It's not really a 32-ounce jar. I think it's a 42-ounce jar. Yeah, it's still 11:30, and very, very sweet. Crystallizes. You do have to heat it up if you want it to liquefy, or you could just drink the top. The top of it's going to be liquid, and then the bottom, like this much of it's going to be crystal. And I like to just take a spoon and eat the sugar. It's super. It's sweeter than the other one. It's just like pure sugar, and our honey is. I mean, the ohia is pesticide free. It just grows in rocks, so no one's even farming where the ohia grows. Pesticide free, herbicide free, pollution free, heavy metal free. Hawaii is very unique like that. We just have the cleanest environment, and there's actually very little agriculture happening here. So it used to be Hawaii was sugarcane, but no one grows sugarcane anymore. So now it's just coffee is really the only crop that we grow out here in large amounts. Maybe some ginger. I believe we also grow a lot of ginger, but it's the amount of agriculture is almost nothing, which is good. Agriculture uses a lot of chemicals, so everything's been cleaned out, and we just have really pure things going on here. Uh, so very, very sweet honey. This honey is going to be a little bit paler too than the other jars of honey that you guys got. Um, a little bit paler, a little bit sweeter, even less. You know how honey can burn your throat? This is even less burning than our tropical blend. But this is actually 48 ounces. I should change that. Let me just change this. Um, Here we go. I heard the Mayans have like this hallucinogenic honey, or like if you eat more than a drop of honey, you like pass out, something like that. Have you guys ever heard of that? I'm really into things that make me pass out. 48 ounce by weight. All right, let's do it like that. Make it more clear. Is it the mountain honey? There you go. Ag runoffs are really bad. Yep, really, really bad. Algae, Roundup, all sorts of crazy chemicals in agriculture. So all the fertilizer. But nowadays, no one does any farming in Hawaii. It's everything we have is imported. The only thing we grow is mac nuts and coffee, really. Small amounts of kind of hobby farming, but you don't really see much significant farming out here. forgot, is this one or more? This is single flower, lehua flower. So it's coming from this particular tree called the ohia tree. It's endemic to Hawaii. Hawaii is the only place that has ohia trees. If you guys ever read Dr. Seuss, either as a kid or to your kids, those scraggly trees, those actually are ohia trees. So he was inspired by the landscape of Hawaii in his drawings. So they're really these scraggly, like funny looking trees. All right, looks like we're getting to the end of our honey here. So end of our honey bitters. So I'm just gonna stop doing that for now. So that's our honey. Hey, the show, uh, not not a great sales day today, but that's okay. Mm, I'll give you guys 2 pounds of peaberry for $100. If you guys want 2 pounds of dark Kona peaberry, educational. What else do we have? Peaberry is the smoothest and densest of all our coffees. So it almost has a buttery flavor to it. It's the highest scoring of all our coffees. You know, it's up there with like the elephant poop coffee and the Kopi Luwak coffee. So if you guys ever wonder like what's so special about those coffees, you'll get an idea of it from trying our peaberry. Let me do a $1 start on an 8-ounce bag of the dark peaberry here. See how you guys do on this one. Peas. I've been eating a lot of beans lately. Been eating a lot of beans. There's this. You guys ever have the Paisley Farm beans from Costco? The 4-bean salad. I told you guys I'm bad. I'm getting going. I'm heading towards vegetarianism. I'm bad. I'm a bad person. So I'm. They are. They're really good for you. $17 for 8 ounces of peaberry coffee. Normally 30. Even lowest I start the bid on this is usually $32. So this is an 8 ounce of the whole bean dark peaberry at ABC stores in Hawaii. They sell 7 ounces for $56. So you got a great bag there. I don't. Should I do one more or should I not? That is the question. Do you guys here's the conspiracy. I think I already mentioned this once, but did you know that the Mongol invasions was actually a papal conspiracy? The Pope actually because in the Mongol court, the Mongol royal court was all Nestorian Christians. Genghis Khan or Kublai Khan's mother was a Christian. And in fact, up to the 1900s, the Manchurians and the Mongolians wrote in the Syrian Aramaic script. I bet you guys didn't know that. Syrian Aramaic was the language that Jesus spoke. You can tell I'm drinking too much coffee because all I want to do is talk about Jesus now. So, anyway, so back during the 1200s when the Mongols invaded, the Pope couldn't defeat the Muslims. And so he felt the only way that he could win was to inspire the Mongols to invade the Muslims from the other side. And so through a series of conspiracies, he was able to incite the Mongols to invade the Muslims from the east. $1. No one wants this. No one wants to hear about my conspiracies. This is a $32. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird, right? It's weird that the Mongols were writing in Syrian Aramaic. In fact, the last imperial court of China, the Manchurians, their language was still Syrian Aramaic. Their written language was Syrian Aramaic. So you got a great bag there. Whenever I start talking about my conspiracies, that's when you got to bid. That's when the deals happen. That's the real conspiracy. That's the one that matters. All right, guys. What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's do some fancy white. Let's do a $1 start on the fancy white coffee. 2-ounce bag. Was it H? He had a middle. It was Jesus H. Christ. That's funny. Jesus H. Christ. Harold. His middle name was Harold. So this is the flaw of this coffee. You only want to pay $2 for it. All right, that's the only bag I can do for that. Bad sales day today. Jesus H. Christ. Okay, what are we doing? How about some ceramic coffee makers? I'll do a $1 start on the ceramic coffee maker. This is normally $20 to $30 if you bought it off Amazon or the internet or whatever. These have a little rim on it. It's a V2, V60 Type 2 coffee maker. Just sit it on your cup, make a quick cup of coffee. Make them as you need them, bring them with you. How many ounces? You can make anywhere from 8 ounces to even probably 30. You can probably make 32 ounces with this. You don't even drink coffee. You're here for the conspiracies. $13. I knew there was a lot of people here just for the conspiracies. Another interesting one is the Knights of Malta actually speak Arabic, and their language is written in Latin letters, but it's Arabic. That's kind of weird. So my theory is, the Pope, whenever the Germans were getting out of line, you got it. Great. Whenever the Germans were getting out of line, or the Italians needed more money, if they were running low on money, they would do an economic stimulus, and they would call up the Knights of Malta to tell the Muslims it's time for another crusade. And then the Pope would be like, okay, guys, we're going to have another crusade. And the Germans would go crazy, and they'd come in with all their gold and all their swords and medals, and they'd go and they'd have to pay the Venetians. They want to pay the Venetians, and the Venetians, most of the people who went to the Crusades never made it. The Venetians would sell them off into slavery. They'd sell them off to the African coast and sell them off as slaves. So, and they'd take all their gold, or their ships would sink just inexplicably. $6. See, whenever I talk about conspiracies, no one bids. So this is why white coffee. You're telling me to do another one, but then you're not bidding on it. It's entranced in the wrong way. This is not helpful to me. Not helpful. I'm gonna start it at $7, so you don't end up with a $6 bid. But it's the wrong kind of. You got to be paying attention to the thing that actually matters. The V60 coffee maker. It's working against me. It's working against me. It's working and it's not a good thing. It's always a good day. See those Italians, right? If it's not espresso, espresso originally started out as you took the smaller beans and you would roast them very dark. And then they called it espresso beans and they charge you twice as much for it. Probably, yeah. Yeah, but he's probably has still has some of our coffee. And so there you go. Across my so what was I saying? So they charge you twice as much for the smaller beans if they're roasted over roasted because if you're a coffee grower, you would know the smaller beans are the off grade. We throw those away. And so just like the Crusades, they were actually they actually roasted the coffee twice as dark to get rid of the bitterness or to get rid of the sourness. Let's try it again. And and then they so that's the Venetians. They know what they're doing. They're not like me telling you stories that make you that then you don't bid. They know what's important. They're trying to make money. That's why you keep winning, Eric. You keep winning those $4 auctions. Or we're at 11.50, so I'll run my 1 pound peaberry at 12.15. How do I grind my beans? I just use a cheap $10 grinder from Walmart, and I use that blade grinder. The right way to do it is a burr grinder. The blade grinder can burn your beans. It can get rid of some of the. It doesn't grind it evenly, so you end up getting a wide range. So it does, and then you can't. It's hard to repeat. But I do the blade grinder because I don't know. I like to do everything manually. I like to feel things out. But if you want to be able to replicate it, you should do a burr grinder with a setting. I think I drank too much coffee, guys. I drank too much coffee. Ninja is a good way to grind, yep, and that'll grind the green beans. What type of burger? I have a brawn. I have a brawn burr grinder. I mean a brawn blade grinder. Apparently the best burr grinder is a Barazza, an Italian burr grinder, but they always break. Use the food processor, so that'll work. So the really nice ones, I don't use them because they just keep breaking on me. I don't. My mom always said, "Don't ever get anything nice for yourself, Ed, because you're just gonna break it." And it's true. Every time I buy something nice, I break it. I just use the cheap stuff. Burr, Burr, yeah. Rancillo Rocky. Well, try that one then. My mama always said, "Don't get anything nice for yourself. It's just gonna break it." My mom has an old passport from Taiwan from the 80s, and it says, "This passport is valid for any non-communist country, like not any country not controlled by communism." They really hated communism. Someone on my TikTok the other day said, "This one's a communist. He's spoiling our unity, and he's just in it for himself." I'm like, "You idiot! You dumb communist! I'm in it for myself. Unlike you, you're doing it for the greater good. Fucking communist! Get out of here!" What an idiot! Like, this guy's in it for himself. He's spoiling our unity. He's a communist. Fucking idiot. Yeah, I feel bad for Chinese people, you know? because I'm Taiwanese, so I can still do things. And then people are like, "Oh," I'm like, "I'm Taiwanese. You're supposed to be helping me." But like Chinese people, it's rough. You know, everyone's hunting them. I don't know Muay Thai. I actually did Muay Thai for a while, but I'm not any good at any of that stuff. Although I can take a punch because I don't my nerves are like dead. So like I don't feel anything. So I could take a good punch. I can take a stab and like I'm not even gonna feel it. Coffee. Let's do it. So this is a medium roast. I don't even remember. Chino Loco. See, that's me. They used to call me that ever since I was a kid. All right, this is our medium Hawaiian, 12-ounce medium Hawaiian. So this one tastes like a brown sugar caramel with raisins. It's a little bit fruity and really smooth. Leaves a raisiny flavor in your mouth after you drink it. Medium is the first roast for us that you can still taste um, the specialty coffee aspect of our coffee, right? The dark roast, you've already roasted away that specialty coffee, so it's just this really sweet, smooth coffee, unlike any that you guys have tried before, but it's still just coffee. Whereas your medium roast is kind of like a raisiny flavor. Our coffee is just a dessert coffee. And the reason for that is how we pick it. We only pick the coffee that's overripe. We wait for the coffee that's deep red, purple, or brown. So we're not picking the greens, we're not picking the red oranges, the Fuji apple colors. And when the coffee fruit ripens, it's like letting a banana turn brown or an apple turn brown. The amount of sugar in the coffee just grows exponentially. So the medium roast, the first one, you can taste that. It's still bold though, so it's roasted to a level where you can bruise well. If you do espresso, it's a really good espresso. You get that fruitiness without the sourness. A lot of espressos, when it's a lighter roast that you use, it gets very, very sour. But our medium roast isn't sour at all. Um, we got a dark roast as well. The dark roast is just a smooth, sweet coffee without any of the aftertaste or the bitterness that you would expect from coffees. Very, very sweet and smooth. The dark roast, I would say, is our most popular. I would say most people, when they try our coffee for the first time, like when I do sampling, I usually do a light or a medium and then a dark. People drink the medium like, wow, this is fruity. It's like a tea. I've never had a coffee like this before. And they kind of get excited about it. But then when they drink the dark, it's like, wow, this is coffee. This is what I was looking for. But it's bold and it's sweet and it doesn't have that burn flavor in coffee. So that's the main difference is so I'm not at the farm right now, but 12-ounce bag is kind of your standard size. It's gonna make you 24 8-ounce cups of coffee. So most coffee these days are 10 to 12 ounces, and this is on just the 12-ounce bag. We also have 2-ounce bags. I can show you what someone else's coffee looks like. Let's see. This is a 14-ounce bag, right? So this is 14 ounces of coffee here. This isn't our coffee, but that's what a 14-ounce bag looks like. So if you guys want, the dark coffee here, here's our dark coffee. And this one's the one you would want to drink if you love coffee, but you hate the bitterness, you hate the acid reflux, you hate the indigestion. Our coffee is guaranteed not to give you any acid reflux or indigestion. If you're trying this coffee the first time and for any reason you get acid reflux or indigestion from it, I'll give you your money back. You don't even have to return it to me. And it's because of how ripe our coffee is. We wait for the coffee to become deep red, purple, or brown before taking it off the trees. We let it sit on the tree for 4 to 6 weeks longer. We only take the coffee that falls off to the touch. And just like any fruit, and coffee is a fruit that grows on trees, letting it ripen every week that it ripens on that tree, the sugar content just continues to go off the charts. So I think someone has measured our sugar content and they've seen that the sugar is, I think, twice as strong. Even for Kona coffee, right? Our coffee is going to be very smooth. We're getting this coffee, it's all from South Kona. And as a South Kona coffee, that's where like the OG of the coffee growers. Let me do a light for you. So the South Kona people is like they're the original Kona coffee people. You know, you're not getting people moving in here from California with big dreams about growing coffee because it's rough down there. So it's only people like me who don't have no idea moving in. There's barely anyone moving into South Kona. It's super rural, and that's where the original hippie coffee growers are, and they will yell at you and tell you that you need to pick your coffee overripe. Everywhere else, everyone's going to leave you alone. Here's a light medium, and this one. So fancy is a grade, right? The Hawaiian coffee is slightly smaller beans than the Kona grade. Even Hawaiian coffee is a grade for us. Hawaiian coffee is 14 screen, which means 14/64 of an inch. Our estate coffee has to be at least 16 screen, so it's 2/64 of an inch larger. Our Hawaiian coffee can have up to 30% defects, whereas the Kona coffee can only have 10% defects, and then the fancy coffee has to have less than 1% defects. So it's the cleanest, flawless beans that we have. Fancy has to be above 18/64 of an inch. And in practice, that means it's going to be usually maybe twice as large in volume. Humans. So, well, the mill uses a machine. They actually use. I do have some nibs. The mill we have. That's why That's another reason why this coffee is so good because the mill that we have, they use a laser sorter to clean the coffee. So the laser reads the beans and it's got this little arm that kicks the bad beans out and the good beans on. So that's kind of like a newer technology that people are using. Let me do these nibs. And so, but in terms of when the state inspects it, that's done with a human. Thanks, Lily boy. Yeah, it is very very sweet because of how ripe we pick it. Coffee, like any other fruit, if you eat a unripe strawberry, you're gonna notice that strawberry is sour and bitter, right? But you let that same strawberry ripen to the very last minute before it starts getting mushy, then it's just pure sweetness, pure strawberries. And that's the same thing with coffee. Coffee, something we don't think about with coffee is that my last nib? Mike sniped you. I know I have more nibs here somewhere. Hold on a sec. I don't remember what I'm talking about anymore. I drank too much coffee, guys. But it's not like, see, the white coffee and your regular coffee, it's a different effect. You guys notice, even if I drink too much dark coffee, I start to forget what I'm doing. I'm kind of fast. I'm not really paying attention, but I'm not talking about aliens. I'm not complaining. The white coffee has this compound in it called trigonylene, which is probably 10 or 20 times more trigonylene. Did you get your nibs? Did you get the nibs that you needed? Trigonylene gets you like it's meth. And so that's going to make you a little bit crazy. And you guys have seen my other shows where I just stop selling coffee altogether. And all I want to do is talk about aliens and yell about the NSA and say how the NSA should be watching all of you. I feel like I lost some people yesterday. I gained some people and I lost some people. Because I'm like, but that's what happens with the white coffee. You go into another dimension. Didn't lose you. You got all right. See you later, Viegas. It's 12:03, so I'm gonna run my 1 pound at 12:15. It does. I guess it does. They'll be back. I still have the best coffee, so in the end, time is on my side. Let's do another one of these. I definitely drank too much coffee. I could feel. I'm starting to feel like I want to throw up. All right, we got a few more giveaways here. I'm gonna set up my 1 pound of my peaberry, but I'm not gonna run it yet. 12:15. I'm gonna give away 1 pound medium peaberry. This is the special one for the day. And I'll do some more of these 2 ounces. Ugh. I need to sell some stuff on TikTok too. All right. Here's some more nibs here. Stinky Folgers. Blue Mountain's good, right? You drink to be productive. The white coffee used to make me really productive. It's making everyone else really productive. It definitely makes me able to, but I've gotten to a point where I've been drinking way too much white coffee. And so I'm actually, but I would say try the white coffee to be productive. You might notice it kind of makes you feel unstoppable for a while. But I think I just drank too much of it. Peaberry is a deformity in the bean at the tips of the trees. It's like when one peanut takes over the fruit, right? So instead of having two peanuts in a shell, you have one big peanut. And peaberry is the same way. So it's twice as dense. It's kind of like the highest scoring specialty coffee. You know, so it scores above a 90 on your specialty coffee association. You get it's smoother and it's sweeter. No, it's not sweeter. It's smoother and it's more complex than your regular coffees. You get a nuttiness to it. There's more fruitiness. It just roasts very differently, and so the peaberry coffee will give you a. It's also the most expensive coffee that we have. A peaberry coffee at the store, if you can find it. It's hard to get because we only get about 1 pound of peaberry per 100 pounds of coffee that we produce. Did I just run the wrong thing? No, I got it. Good. And so the peaberry coffee will give you probably a little bit more of a buzz, and it's buttery. The texture of the coffee is very different than your regular coffees, so it is unique in that respect. And I'm gonna run uh, our 1 pound peaberry in. It's a pound of peaberry, anywhere from $90 to $150 a pound or more, and that it's kind of like people's prized coffee. A lot of people don't even separate it, but if you do, a single farm may get 10, 15 pounds of peaberry in a year. So it's kind of like this very rare thing for a lot of people. And I haven't, I don't know if I'll be able getting more peaberry. High energy would be your white coffee. And if you want to try a sample of it, we have two grades of it. We have the highest grade of white, which is this one. And then we have a Hawaiian grade of white, which is a little bit less. The beans are kind of ugly. So this is the flawless beans. And this is like drinking 10 cups of coffee, but it's also got this other alkaloid in it called trigonylene. When you roast trigonylene to 250 degrees, it becomes something called methylamine. Trigonylene is actually methylated niacin, so it's vitamin B3. So it's actually really good for you. And it's an NAD booster. So if you guys have heard about NAD plus, NMN, these are supplements that are really popular right now, anti-aging supplements. The coffee actually contains this alkaloid in it that is methylated niacin, which is a natural NAD precursor. So all of the health benefits of coffee, or a lot of them, are actually coming from this particular uh, alkaloid. And most of that alkaloid gets roasted away by the time you get to a dark roast. But because we're roasting this coffee so light, you're gonna notice this, all of like 90% of the trigonally is still intact. When you get to the dark roast, I think 99% of it has been roasted away. So when you're feeling that little, so you're gonna notice this coffee makes you feel crazy. Makes me feel crazy. It may make you feel fine, but it's strong. It's really, really strong. And most places it's hard to get a really good white coffee because it's still raw. And so some people's white coffee will give you the poops. Some people's white coffee will be very bitter, very sour. So most roasters are not roasting white coffee. There's a few people doing it, and it increases your muscle strength. It actually prevents, I think it's called sarcopenia, which is um, muscle wasting. As you get older, your muscles start to get weaker, and apparently trigonelline prevents that. So white coffee is a really good. Thanks for the raid, Lux Life Tea. I want to go check you out real quick. Thank you for the raid. Let's see what Lux Life Teas does. Feel free to promote yourself if you want. Looks like it's a loaded tea. I've been wanting to try loaded teas, vitamin teas, right? So give them a follow. Thanks for the raid, Lux Life Tea. I'll give you a follow myself. Appreciate the raid. Hope you guys are doing well. So we're just talking about the white coffee. White coffee doesn't really taste like coffee, so for tea lovers, it is a good product. It tastes like a toasted corn tea, almost like those Japanese, rice teas that you can get or the Korean barley teas. Um, Almost like those Korean barley teas. So really, really, but it's sweet. Our white coffee tastes like has it like a maple syrup flavor in it. Oops, sorry, I read that at 9 instead. There you go. Caffeinated teas for you guys in the summers. Lux Life Teas. Thanks for your raid. Appreciate it. Yeah, white coffee, really good. It's still alive. Okay, that's interesting. So I suggest you only grind it. Yeah, the what's it called? The white coffee is still alive. Yeah, it's still got active enzymes in it. It's still got all sorts of stuff going on in there. So it's really, really strong. And I definitely urge a little bit of caution when you drink that white coffee. Otherwise, you might get put on a watch list because you might go online and start saying crazy things. When I first started drinking the white coffee, I got kicked off of my TikTok. So I lost my e-commerce privileges on my TikTok. I had 40,000 followers on there, and they took it away from me. I couldn't stop ranting about Jesus, and they don't like that. And then I got kicked off of my LinkedIn. Same reason. I just started ranting about Jesus, and they flagged me for had hate speech. So they don't like that either. They said I had hate speech, and so I'm not allowed to comment. I'm allowed to repost. So now when I want to write hate speech on LinkedIn, I'll just search for what I want to say, and I'll repost what someone else said. And so I don't write anything. I just have to repost what someone else said. Um, but I'm not allowed to say anything myself anymore. So that's stuff that'll happen to you if you drink too much white coffee. So I'm doing my last follower giveaway here before the peaberry one. So this one's still a 2 ounce, and next one will be the pound of peaberry. Yeah, so the white coffee is strong. Be cautious. All right, what else we got going on here? Here's a sample of our Kona Estate dark Estate natural. The natural peaberries for everybody. That's the rule. This one is funded by Whatnot. Whatnot is paying for this peaberry. So enjoy it. But this one is not. This one's still a regular one. The next one is going to be the pound. So Whatnot, thank you Whatnot for keeping us free to talk about UFOs and Jesus. This is an 8 ounce bag of iNatural. I'll run it for a little bit cheaper. This is 100% Kona. 100% Kona coffee here. Oh, we got to run some cacao tea too. Cacao tea is also strong. You know, most chocolate, it's already lost the buzz that chocolate can give you. But cacao tea is still strong enough that you can taste it. So let me run some cacao tea. Cacao tea is almost like an antidote to coffee. So if you start to feel like you drank too much coffee, the cacao tea will actually undo some of that. So it'll actually make you feel better. It's the active compound in cacao is called theobromine, which is better at suppressing coughs than codeine. So people have been researching how to replace codeine, but apparently no one has figured it out. I don't believe that because they put theobromine in dentite. It's also really good for remineralizing your teeth. So if you ever have a cough or kids have a cough, get dentite, and that'll actually suppress their cough without risking them, dying. But I think anyway. So here's some cacao tea. This is made from the husk of the cocoa bean, so it's highly water soluble. You can you can get the chocolate flavor into your coffee or into whatever you're drinking really well. And unlike other chocolates, which don't really brew well with the water, this is meant to be brewed with water. And it just dissolves the pure chocolate essence, just like how orange peels have that orange zest in it, lemon peels. This is like the chocolate peel. And so it's really, really strong in terms of the chocolate. And you can really feel the theobromine. Theobromine is the mirror image of caffeine. And so it almost seems like it blocks caffeine. So it's a calming tea. You'd be surprised, or you think chocolate has caffeine in it. It's got a little tiny bit of caffeine in it, but it actually has theobromine in it, and that means like bromide. A bromide back a long time ago was actually something that would make you, I think it would make you hallucinate, right? Back in the 20s, you would take a bromide, run some more honey. I will run some more honey. So, but Theo means God's bromide. So it makes you, apparently, if you drink a lot of coffee, it makes you kind of trip out. I mean, chocolate. I've never had that. Although I have reacted chocolate with CBD, and then that really gets you going. So anyway, I don't want to talk about that though, because I don't think we're allowed to talk about that. I can't afford for them to take it away from me. I have a family to feed now. So I don't talk about banned things anymore. I used to just love talking about banned things. Here's a nice light roast for you, Mike. This is a light Hawaiian. I don't want to go into timeout. Yeah. So the theobromine is good for anxiety. Yeah, the chocolate tea is actually good for anxiety. Ceremonial cacao. So if you want a Hawaiian light, this one's it right here. This light roast was just roasted. 4 bags. They are watching. I bet you're part of the government. It's a democracy. We're all part of the government. But I feel like the government likes watching me, you know? I'm the only spark of life they have. They did this. They're there for me. I'm the kind of American that they want. They're doing this for me, guys. They're doing this for me. They're doing it for me. They're not doing it for you. 4 bags of Mac nuts. I could do it for $80. You know, the government only enforces the rules if they don't like you. That's the main rule. But generally speaking, the only thing I'm not doing is I need to get my driver's license. So at any point, they can take me to they can send me to jail for a night. I'm like, yeah, they're really doing a lot of, so they could send me to jail for one night if they catch me. So they're tolerating a lot right now. I'll do a I'll do a special listing for you. Today they put up a roadblock right in front of my house. So I think they're trying to protect me. They did. They used to do that a lot for me. I really appreciate the government. They're trying to protect me. I had too much coffee, guys. I had too much coffee. Just stop. Just stop talking about the government. The GGG. All right. So if you want 4, they're just trying to keep us safe, Don. They just want to make sure. I think they watch for entertainment. They're really bored. They're watching. I don't actually have that many Magnets left, so I don't know if I can't run too many of these. All right, let's do our pound. Let's do our pounder. Here we go. 1 pound medium peaberry, guys. This is the one. Here's our pounder. 1 pounder here. I hope I did that math right. Here we go. 1 pound of medium peaberry. This is the one. Go ahead and click on that. I had too much coffee, guys. This is courtesy of Whatnot. Courtesy of Whatnot. Whatnot. I believe Whatnot was founded by a French guy. So he's very tolerant because you guys have heard what I've had to say about French people. It's not good, but I'm still here. So he must be a libertarian. I believe it was a French guy that founded Whatnot. So French people can't be that bad. You know, I went to school with a French guy, and he told before 9 we you know I went to Columbia, so I was in New York for 9/11, and he told me his dad got a phone call the day before 9/11 telling him not to go to work. So blame it on the French. Blame it on the French. Let's just make the French people. We got to make French people the scapegoat. It's all their fault. No, we love French people. They're the only people who read. See, this is the coffee. He did. Yeah, he did. He didn't die. He didn't die. So he didn't go to work that day. 8-ounce peaberry for $26. Don't miss it. You missed it. All right. We got 2 minutes and 34 seconds left on this giveaway, guys. I gotta go use the bathroom. So I'm gonna turn this phone off for a sec. You guys aren't coming in with me. Oh, there's a line. Oh, no, there isn't. Is there a line for the bathroom? Two girls going into the bathroom together. All right, guys. I'm gonna leave you guys here.
Yeah.
All right. Who won? 42 seconds left. 42 seconds left. 1 pound peaberry in the giveaway, guys. Bill Rose, you look kind of like my wife's dad. To trust is good. Not to trust is better. Famous Italian quote. They do. This one they do. This one they do. This is courtesy of Whatnot. Yep. Wow, we got 118 people. What happened? Wyatt, buy it. You won the big one. You won the big one. All right, let's keep the momentum. So if you guys are joining me for the first time, my name is Ed. I'm a Kona coffee farmer on the Big Island of Hawaii. We're doing only coffee that either I grow or my immediate neighbors grow. This is 100% Hawaiian coffee, and Kona coffee, all grown on the Big Island where we have an active volcano. This coffee is guaranteed not to give you any acid reflux or indigestion. We got these 2-ounce samplers, so grab these while they're cheap. The dark coffee tastes like a dark chocolate caramel, extremely sweet and smooth. This will make you approximately 4 8-ounce cups of coffee. Wyatt, congratulations. And this is a good coffee. This coffee won't give you acid reflux or indigestion because of how ripe the coffee is when we pick it. We're only picking the coffee overripe. We're waiting for the coffee to turn deep red, purple, or brown before taking it off the trees. And as a result of that, the beans have been allowed to reach its full genetic potential. The enzymes, just like in a banana that turns brown, the enzymes convert all the sugar into more, all the sourness into more sugar, all the bitterness into more aroma. So you absolutely will not get any acid reflux or indigestion from drinking this coffee. If you do, I'll give you 100% of your money back. And other people have been saying the same thing as me, but I think I'm the only one that'll just give you your money back, no questions asked. I can say that confidently because I've sold so many bags of this coffee in person. And that's how I learned it didn't give you acid reflux. I didn't just make that up. People would tell me that. They would come to the farm, drink the coffee, go for a walk, and when they came back, they'd always buy 4 bags of coffee. They'd be like, "This Normally, I drink a cup of coffee and my stomach starts to hurt, but this coffee doesn't do that. If you've never tried our coffee before, I do suggest you drink the dark roast because the dark roast gives you the full aroma, it gives you that full flavor of the coffee that you don't really get from the medium and the light. The medium roast is also very bold, but the dark roast is bold. It's just pure coffee without any of the bitterness and sourness that you typically find in a lot of coffees. That's the dark roast there. And then we also have a medium roast, which, if you're kind of more experienced in drinking coffee, if you want to get that coffee flavor that maybe, I'm sorry, if you want to get the specialty coffee, if you want to really taste the flavor of the region, is what we call it, the fruitiness that you may not get in your typical coffees. I could have froze, definitely could have froze. The medium roast is fruity. It's like a chocolate covered raisin. It literally tastes like a raisinette, just chocolate, chocolatey, fruity, sweet. More a brown sugar than a caramel because it's not roasted that dark. And that was my last sample from the medium roast. All right, starting to run out of coffee a little bit. If you want the larger bags, why don't I run a larger bag here of the dark? This is a larger bag. I'll do a $1 start on this dark. Let's do this $1 start. This is a 12-ounce bag, and this 12-ounce bag will make you 24 to 36 cups of coffee. Retails for 35. If you came to Hawaii to buy this, people would actually charge you 35 bucks for 8 ounces. So this is still Kona coffee. It's still coffee that's grown in Kona. It's just a smaller bean. So we're not allowed to call it Kona coffee, but it tastes like Kona coffee. So it's not, your typical Hawaiian coffees that are far cheaper that you might buy at Costco. I'll do another one of these. So grab these. $20 is the lowest I'll go. So if it doesn't hit 20, this will be the last bag. So play that Hawaiian coffee game. This will make you 24 8-ounce 24 8-ounce cups of coffee. And there's going to be absolutely no bitterness, no sourness. Just tastes like a toasted chocolate s'more. It's got even that graham cracker sweetness to it. Before you can, I haven't been giving tastings because my wife has me, in town most of the time these days. Hopefully we'll get back to the farm pretty soon. But if you let me know you're coming off of whatnot, I'll try to give you a time where we can actually meet. Otherwise, you can there's a few different coffee shops here that have our coffee available and serve our coffee and also have it for retail. So you can also buy it from them. We do supply a number of coffee shops, or you can come to the farm. And this is a dark roast, which tastes like just a very sweet. You don't have to add cream or sugar to it. There's no bitterness and no sourness. A lot of people who like light roast will drink our dark roast. McShane, you won that round. We'll drink our dark roast because, you expect a dark roast to be bitter. You expect a light roast to be sour, but our light roast isn't sour and our dark roast isn't bitter. And so that's pretty unique. Let me try doing a bag of this medium at a $1 start. It's the same thing, but this medium will give you the raisin flavor. It's you get that specialty coffee. The dark roast just tastes like a really good coffee, but you can't tell it's coming from Kona. Whereas the medium roast is where you can really start to taste the Kona coffee aspect of it, which is the chocolate covered raisins, the fruitiness, almost like a Nutella, a little bit of Nutella flavor to it. And this is $35 for $11. All right, no, there's no bitters here. So that's it for that. All right, no more of those. But if you want something really, really unique, something that's gonna feel like an energy drink, but actually good for you. In fact, I don't know how many of you guys know about kojic acid. Kojic acid is a skincare product, right? It actually prevents your skin from tanning. It blocks UV radiation. Turns out trigonylene is more effective at doing that than kojic acid. So this white coffee has all sorts of, you know, general health benefits. It strengthens your bones. It strengthens your knuckles, your joints. It increases your muscle strength. So if you guys work out, it actually boosts your muscle strength. And this is the high grade of it. I should run some of the Hawaiian grade too. So let me set up a listing for the sample of the. I don't know if I should drink more coffee. I feel like I should try to drink more coffee. Oh, my daughter.
Yes.
So I'll do some samples of the 2 ounce. And this is truly a superfood. Like it'll do all sorts of stuff. 2 ounce will approximately make you 4 8-ounce cups of coffee. The unique thing about white coffee is it's roasted so light that it's still raw. Whew. So this is a white Hawaiian, a little bit cheaper here. Yeah, are you feeling like that? Yeah, you definitely can lift more weight. People who drink the white coffee, their grip strength actually increases because it's an NAD precursor that goes right to your muscles. And so it actually boosts your mitochondria. The cinnamon leaves, just brew it like a tea. Use 5 or 10 leaves in a cup of water, boil it. If you want to use a pot of water, boil it. Probably use 10 leaves in a liter of water, boil it for about 5 minutes, and it'll give you that nice cinnamon flavor. Also, kind of like a green tea. White coffee is also full of kojic. Well, it's not kojic acid. It's trigonylene, which is a different compound, which does everything kojic acid does, but better. So that's another benefit of trigonylene. Yeah. So it doesn't have kojic acid in it. It's got trigonylene. If you guys want to look up trigonylene, that's the alkaloid. There's two alkaloids in coffee, and it turns out that uh, coffee actually more the coffee is actually there's actually 3% trigonylene in green coffee, whereas there's only 1% caffeine. So there's more trigonylene than caffeine, but no one ever talks about it. If you look up trigonylene, people are actually extracting it and selling in pills now, where they're selling you 90 pills for $100. So it's like this kind of a new designer supplement, but all you got to do is drink white coffee. By the time you roast coffee dark, it actually most of it evaporates. So most of the trigonylene becomes niacin, it becomes aroma, and it just evaporates. So but in the white coffee, I think 90% of the trigonylene is still intact. So that's sort of the unique thing about trigonylene is or about the white coffee is just how much trigonylene is in it. I'm gonna run a few more of these Mac nuts, but I hope this is 4 ounce. I should, yeah. And I should do more testing. You'd think as a trained scientist, I would test my stuff more, but I'm always just doing it by the feeling. And I can't replicate anything I do. Macadamia nuts. So you guys probably have heard of macadamia nut cookies. And we also grow macadamia nuts in Hawaii. They have no oxalates in them. So they're the only nuts you can eat if you are sensitive to oxalates. So mac nuts have almost no oxalates in them. So it's a very easy to digest nut. Apparently, it's the easiest to digest nut anywhere. Yeah, so they're macadamia nuts. I should write that, right? Yeah. Yeah, we're just so used to calling them mac nuts here that we assume everyone knows, but I guess we shouldn't. This is 3 pounds of medium Hawaiian. This is the best deal. It's 4 12-ounce bags here if you want a bulk bag. And then I got I got some mac nuts if you want 'em. I'll do some honey, and I got some turmeric, I guess. Let's oh god. Here's some salted mac nuts. One 14-ounce bag here. Instead of doing four of them, you put a little bit more salt. Nice. You actually like the packaging. Some people hate my packaging because it's not labeled, right? We just write the acronym on it. So I'm sure it's always love or hate with me. Nothing in the middle. So this is the mac nuts from Hawaii, 100% Hawaiian mac nuts. You got to be careful when you buy mac nuts from Hawaii specifically, because if it doesn't say 100% Hawaiian mac nuts, it will say a lot of them are coming from Australia, ironically. All right, we got a fancy medium here. I'll do a $1 start on the fancy medium. These are the flawless beans. That's why they're fancy. Less than 1% defects. 18 screen beans, big beans, and it'll be a little bit smoother than our regular medium, smoother and nuttier, almost like a Nutella to it. So these normally go for $90 a pound, but you guys get it for whatever it goes for on the $1 starts. A little less sweet, but more creamy, smoother, nuttier than our standard medium roast. So this is a larger beans as well. So we grate our coffee. Another reason why our coffee is so much fresher, in addition to being freshly roasted, we actually shell the coffee right before we roast it. Whereas most of the world, when you're exporting coffee from another country, you have to shell it before putting it on the ship. And like any nut, once you've shelled it, it's going to start going bad. Yeah, it's actually sometimes it's really fast, but other times it takes us a while to get it to the post office because we have a lot of I have a lot of logistical problems. Like sometimes not all the coffee I sell is roasted, so I have to roast more coffee. Other times it's hard for us to get the coffee packed, so your nuts never go. There you go. Let me do another dollar start on this one, medium roast. Whew, I drank a lot of coffee, guys. I'm still waiting for my car. It's a long trip. It is. Yep. So that's why your coffee has that's another reason why a lot of coffee has to be roasted so dark. A lot of coffee has mold issues, bacteria issues on it. And when you roast it dark, you don't risk it being raw. But our coffee is just so fresh, freshly shelled, freshly roasted, that we don't worry about those issues as much. I think this show I'm just gonna let's try to clear out all my stuff. I'll just sell everything. A $1 start on our dark Hawaiian samples, 2-ounce bags. These come individually packaged, so throw them in the freezer and then take out one bag as you need them. It's a little bit overkill on the packaging. I don't know if I'm going to use these brown bags still for these 2 ounces. I've gotten slightly smaller bags going forward, so we may change the bagging a little bit. It's still the nice bags, but it's just smaller bags, more fitting for the size. The dark roast will guarantee not to give you any acid reflux or indigestion. Shouldn't hurt your stomach at all. If it does, I'll give you 100% of your money back. Shouldn't even affect your poop. A lot of people expect coffee to make them poop. I find our coffee doesn't make you run to the bathroom like that. So that's also another. This is a dark. I can give you a larger bag too, but this is the dark one. This counter is too long. I'm sorry, guys. I'll lower that counter after this. But yeah, coffee shouldn't make you run to the bathroom to poop. Um, if it does, that's because it's got mold in it, and it's because the way it was processed, there might be some bad bacteria in it. So if coffee does make you poop, it's not a good thing. Most coffee does, or it's unripe. Those are the three reasons. So you know, coffee, no matter what it does to, is actually good for you. But generally speaking, you shouldn't be getting coffee that makes you poop. Here's a 10-second $1 start on the dark. So let's just as you get lighter, you get more of the health benefits. You definitely get more health benefits as you get lighter. So keep that in mind when you guys. Uh, there's another $1 start on your dark 2 ounce sample of the Hawaiian. Dark roast tastes like a dark chocolate, almost like a marshmallow s'more with the chocolate and the graham crackers. It's actually really sweet, and I think the dark roast is maybe our most popular. I think for most people, if you're drinking Folgers or Starbucks, you're gonna maybe want to get the dark roast first, because the dark roast tastes like coffee. It's just a very sweet, bold, rich coffee without any of the burnness, without any of the bitter aftertaste. Whereas our lighter roasts will be more specialty, a little bit different than maybe the coffees you guys are used to drinking. So I usually suggest you start with the dark roast and then work your way lighter as you become more experienced in drinking coffee. Most light roasts out there are just too sour to drink, so a lot that kind of deters a lot of people from drinking a lighter roast. Most people like the dark roast. Our dark roast can be so sweet it almost tastes like a toasted marshmallow. And it really does taste like that. Now, this natural coffee that I'm running next, this is 100% Kona estate, which means it's a Kona coffee. You know, you're paying quite a bit more for Kona coffee. You're paying at least $50 a pound. Some our Kona coffee retails $75 a pound. It's the rarest coffee. It's only about 40% of the coffee that we produce. So it's a higher grade, higher standards, and this is a nat this is a natural Kona. So this is dried in its fruit peels. So it's going to taste different. That's interesting, Julie. You might be. Some people are just different in terms of how their body processes caffeine, their gut bacteria. You know, you might have been drinking coffee since you were very young. So this one is the natural estate, which is more specialty. You know, only less than 1% of the world's coffee is a natural. Most coffee is washed coffee, which means it's been fermented. It's been pulped, whereas this is dried in the fruit skin. So you really taste the fruitiness of the coffee. It's so we don't usually do a natural, so it is a little bit different than what you normally have. I think we have 40 pounds of this dark, and it is almost like a little bit like a wine. You get that winey fermentation flavor in this dark roast. So it's different than our standard estates. We're trying, especially I think it would come out really well in an espresso. So if you want to try that in an espresso, it's worth trying. Um, I got 2 more ounces of the white Hawaiian. There's a white Hawaiian coffee here. This is 1 cup of this is like 10 cups of coffee. This is the energy drink in a cup. And white Hawaiian is the maximum health benefits. It's the coffee is still raw. So it doesn't even taste like coffee. It tastes like a toasted corn. Pretty unique in that respect. I'll do a shorter counter on the next one here. See what I can do on this white coffee. Let me do a shorter counter here. And so this white coffee is like an energy drink in a cup. It's almost like it really is a little bit like 10 cups of coffee in one. White coffee also has a mild hallucinogen in it, methylamine. It's naturally occurring in Japanese radishes and other vegetables, certain vegetables, but it is going to affect you a little bit differently than dark roast. That's why you can't drink tea or eat a caffeine pill and feel the same way you feel on coffee. It's the trigonally, which gets roasted away, but it's a unique alkaloid that's only in coffee. It's not in tea. It's not in your energy drinks. It's not in it's not in anything else. And so the white coffee, you get the full effects, because trigonally is actually very um, volatile. So by the time you get to a dark roast, 99% of it's gone. So it's not the caffeine. The white coffee does have 50% more caffeine than your dark coffee. It's maybe twice as much, but it's not that much more. But the trigonolene is probably 10 or 20 times more. So you really feel it in the white coffee. But trigonolene is good for all sorts of stuff. It strengthens your muscles. As someone mentioned, you feel like the Hulk, and you really do. You're going to be lifting stuff that you probably couldn't lift. It prevents muscle wasting as you get older. It lightens skin better than kojic acid. It all sorts. It supports your organs, supports your joints, supports your muscles. But it's not. Remember, it's not going to taste like coffee. It tastes like a toasted corn tea. Very very strong. Has methylamine in it. Helps with that. It helps with supports diabetes, things like that. Supports healthy blood sugar levels. Some people may not rage. I feel like I get a little raging, so you got to be careful with that. And I start talking about weird things, UFOs and conspiracies, so that might happen to you. So be cautious. It makes me a little dizzy too. Sometimes it makes me reckless. So I also suggest you don't drive when you're drinking the white coffee, or at least know that it can do that. I may not do that to everyone, but it definitely makes me a little bit dizzy, a little bit like I can't walk straight. So it makes me feel kind of drunk. And so be cautious with it for that reason. But this is the Hawaiian grade of the white coffee. He's coming to might help him, maybe. Yeah. Or might, I don't know. You're into politics, aren't you? It's a dangerous game. I used to be into politics. I'm not anymore. I learned my lesson. Sometimes when I drink the white coffee, I want to get back into it. I want to fight. But like yesterday on my TikTok, I started I started a ruckus. I confused a lot of people though, because I said, how come all these American first people, like JD Vance and Trump, all their wives are immigrants? Is it because they don't love America? And then everyone's like, work harder and you'll get a white you'll get a wife who's white, and then you'll see what it's like. And I was like, I already know what it's like. I said, and they got all confused. I was like, my wife can't even do the laundry without it being stinky. I have to do the laundry. Forget about making America great again. How about making laundry not stinky? And so they thought I was attacking them, and now I'm agreeing with them. And they're all confused. And now the women are mad at me. The men are mad at me. Everyone's mad at me. So I just deleted it. I just deleted it. I was like, I forgot. I forgot. Don't get into it. I shouldn't have gotten into it. See, now no one's bidding. This is what happens when you start going into politics. Now everyone hates you. Now everyone hates you. I got nothing good to say. I end up just insulting everyone. That's right. Yep. I end up just insulting everyone when I talk about politics. I'll as soon as I get one side supporting me, I'll insult them. And now everyone's mad at me. The only thing uniting you guys is being against me. 1 second I'll be against communism. The next second I'm for communism. Just all I want to do is insult people. So I'm not cut out for that. $1 honey. All right, let's go. I'm just controversy. I'm a clown. I'm a clown. I'm a little bit of a clown. Or very much. They got really scared of me when I ran for office. They thought I was a foreign spy operation. They actually thought that I was, and it was just a crazy person. The only reason I did that was I was reading the headlines, and the headlines told me to do it. The New York Times headlines told me to do it, but they thought I was like, a foreign funded spy operation to take down this guy. And I was like, no, I'm just crazy. I'm just a crazy person. So, so you got to be careful what you write in the headlines because there's people like me. I only read the headlines. I don't even read the newspaper, and then I'll just do things. It's not my fault. I'm a crazy person, and there's a lot of crazy people out there just like me. So watch what you write. There's censorship for a reason because there's crazy people out there reading the newspaper, and they're just gonna get up and do things. All right, guys, no more white coffee. Let's pivot. Here's some more honey. Let's do a $1 start on the honey. This is 100% Hawaiian honey, Lehua honey. This is the sweetest honey that we have, sweeter than even that tropical blend that we have. Now the and this is so sweet. The honey does crystallize. It's a lighter honey than the other honey that we have. It's made from an endemic species called ohia tree, which is a primary colonizer. It's the first plant that grows after the volcanic eruption. So it actually grows in the cracks. And so this is truly pesticide and herbicide free because it only grows in rocks. There's nothing else growing where this honey is. It's kind of cool like that. Very, very sweet. $1 start here. $1 start. I why don't I no, we don't just $1 start. We should bring the Pope back. I want the Pope to be in charge. I want us to be a theocracy with the Pope as our head. That's what I want. Stop all the voting. I want the Pope. I want the Pope. That's right. I want the Pope to be in charge. And I'm not even a Catholic. I just want the Pope to be in charge. That's the only hope. Until the Pope comes out and says, you know, Ed's UFO is real. It's the Germans are never going to believe it. It took just like flat Earth until the Pope came out and said, "Hey guys, the Earth is actually round." No one could believe it. We need the Pope. We need the Pope to save us again. He needs to come out and just say aliens are real, and the Earth isn't flat. It's actually round. If we can just get the Pope, can we elect a Pope? Why don't we make the Pope the president? That's what we need. He's an American, right? He should run for office. He should run for president. That would be amazing. I would vote for the Pope. That would be amazing. If we made the Pope the president, that would be the coolest thing ever to happen in history. That would be so. I think we got a movement here. We need to we need to force the Pope to run for president. That would be amazing. I would vote for him. See, now no one wants to buy my honey. Every time we're combining politics with religion. No, you don't want the Pope to be president. It's because you're a sinner. I'm telling you, he'd be amazing. And then we could also elect him to the Hall of Fame. And then we could combine sports, politics, and religion. It'll be, I don't know, make him the baseball, put him in the Baseball Hall of Fame and make him the president and the Pope. I think we figured it out. Did you lose Jesus and then you went into politics? He'd still be the Pope. He would be the Pope and the president and the head of the Baseball Hall of Fame. And so, like, we got all three covered. No one needs to talk about anything. The Pope, the president, it doesn't matter. We want to just put an end to the democracy. If we could just debate Pope Ruth, put an end to the democracy. He would be the emperor Pope, like Jesus was supposed to be, the supreme leader. That's right. We need that. That's what we need, guys. Is anyone with me? Anyone with me? You're either with me or against me. I think most people are against me. Omnipotent, and the Baseball Hall of Fame. They took over the world, little fish. It seemed to have worked out pretty well for them. They're the peak. They took over the whole world under the Pope. We need to go back there. Make America great again. Can we just get the Pope? They did pretty good under the Pope, actually. They did. Pope Ed. Sometimes I used to tell people I'm kind of like the Pope. I did. I used to tell people that. The Facebook told me for years I was running the mob. That's what they said. I don't know if that's true because all I was doing was posting on Facebook, but that's what they told me. They said, Ed, you're the Pope. And I'm like, I don't really know if that's true, but I quit because it didn't pay enough. Yeah, I didn't pay enough. Didn't pay enough, so I quit. Because like, what are you making as the president? $160,000 a year after taxes. What is that, like 120 these days? That's barely enough to support a middle class family. So I can't afford it. I'm not rich. I need to make more money. Here's some medium coffee, guys. All right, you guys don't want to hear it anymore. I could tell. Yeah, you guys don't want to hear it anymore. Hawaii's expensive. Yeah, you can't afford to go into politics in Hawaii. I need to buy some more food. Here, you want me to run a $1 start for you, Jordan, for having to sit through that? Let me just run the $1. You know what? Yeah, no. I thought I'd run a medium peaberry, but I don't. Here, I'll do a $1 start on a 12-ounce bag of medium Hawaiian for having to subject you to that offensive, all my offensive ideas. Here we go. The theocracy. I actually think America is actually a theocracy. And what they do is the CIA looks for the people that are favored by the aliens, almost like they're looking for the Dalai Lama of the aliens. And so when they identify people who have been hybridized, I think I've had enough coffee for the day. Yeah, you can. Here I am. There we go. You got 2 pounds of the estate. All right, Jordan. That's your reward for having to sit through my papist remark, my papism. Hawaiian coffee is labeled Hawaiian. We don't label it Kona. Yeah, we're not allowed. You can go to jail for that. So we don't do that. Well, you decide. You decide if there's such a thing, because I think I'm there. I need some food though. What should I eat, guys? What should I get? I spend so much money when I'm here. LSD coffee. It's a little bit like that. All right, what do I got here? What do I got here? What else do I have going on? I really wish the Pope was the president. That would be so awesome. I think it's possible. Has anyone else thought of this before? If we can make the Pope the president, that'd be amazing. He qualifies. I think he'd win. I think there's enough people to make him the president. This is a great idea, guys. We need to make the Pope the president. Here's a light natural estate. This one is very bright, very fruity. Bright as in tangy. So if you like tanginess in your coffee, it's not a good idea. He's got the money. Yep. Right. The Pope could use all of the money of the Catholic Church to run for the Pope, for the presidency. They got a lot of money. We could do this, guys. I'm going to volunteer. Sure. I'm going to volunteer on the campaign to make the Pope the president. Isn't he dead? Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Let me just try to figure out. Can I have the turkey BLT? Is that just made with like cold cuts? Okay.
But it's gonna be warm. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great. And then let me just get a water. Yeah.
Would you like that for here too?
For here. Thanks.
And name?
Ed.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Okay, thanks. There you guys go, talking about politics again. Most of them have been Freemasons until recently, and now it's just gone downhill. You got Joe Biden, University of Delaware, Donald Trump, University of Fordham. It's just going down. Who's next? Who's next? I've got community college presidents. No offense to if you went to community college. Barely high school grad. That guy, who is that guy? I don't qualify. Who's that guy from California? Newsom. He didn't even finish college, I think. Right? He brags about it. He's next. He's the next president. We're going down. You don't even need to go to college anymore, which is fine. Telling you that it's gonna happen. The Pope is gonna become president. I'd vote for him in a second. Because I'm kind of stupid. I'll vote for people just for fun. And I bet there's a lot of people like me. I'll vote for the worst candidate just because he's the worst candidate. And I think it's funny. I'm a bad person, guys. I'm actually a bad person. You think I'm joking? AOC. I love AOC. See? I'm a bad person. I love AOC. I follow her on TikTok. I like the socialists, but I voted for Donald Trump. So, but not this time. I didn't vote for anyone this time. I didn't vote for anyone last time. The only time I've ever voted was 2016, and I voted for Donald Trump. That's the only time I've ever voted in my entire life. I didn't vote for anyone in 2020. I didn't vote for anyone. Trump, he's helping me. He put tariffs on coffee. Now you guys got to buy my coffee. Um, I think the medium roast and the dark roast would be the least acid reflux. You know, Hawaiian coffee seems affordable now, so keep it up. He's my candidate. I would say the medium or the dark. I would say the medium roast may be the best balance because as you get darker, the toastiness. But none of our coffee should give you any acid reflux. That's what people tell me. But I would say on the margin, the medium roast is better. But the medium roast will give you the maximum fruitiness. There's still no acidity in it. And oops, there you get to see the coffee shop there. This is a Russian coffee shop. So you know I talk all this shit about Russians, but now I'm supporting their coffee shop. I really love Russians actually. They when we were doing an Airbnb, all the only people we hired were Russians. I don't know why that happened. It was like the Soviet Union again. We do have some dark Hawaiians. You know, I'm kind of low on my Hawaiian, so if you get the dark, I may not be able to get it out as quickly. I would definitely try this dark estate though. I think this is a really good coffee here. Making I am moving the coffee. I don't qualify. I don't qualify. Otherwise, I think I would have a hang up. I think maybe most Americans they always have a hang up, right? Because all of you guys could have been the president, but you failed. So you're always going to have that hang up. Whereas me, I always knew my place. I wasn't born here. So I don't qualify. But you guys could have been president. You failed. You failed in life. You weren't good enough. What happened to you guys? What went wrong? Where did it go wrong? You could have been president. Where did it all go wrong? Let's see. Hey, isn't isn't Trump like a gigolo? Excuses, 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 excuses. Oh, brother, this guy back, guys. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I was on the phone. The Pope has my back. The Catholic Church, they love me. They do. That Jesus said, "There's nothing," or I think the Pope said, "There's no greater service than man to man than to allow them to reach the heaven or allow them to reach heaven." And I'm trying to give them the spaceship so you guys can go to heaven. So the Pope is with me. President Pope, Emperor Pope. That's right. I need the Pope. I need the Pope with me. I just need the Pope. The spaceships. I'm trying to give the Catholic Church the spaceships so they can reach the heavens. All right. Whew. That's all I want. Me and them. We're vibing. We're on the same wavelength. That's what they want. That's what I want. We gotta merge. We gotta get a merger going. All right. What are we doing here? Dark roast. You want to rest it for about a week. Medium, maybe week and a half. Light roast. You can You can let it rest for up to 2 months apparently, and it gets better with time, or it gets sweeter. So that's what I recommend. Sorry. All right, Rodham. I got carried away. I got carried away. This whole idea of the Pope being the president. Oh, that would be so awesome. That would be amazing. Man, that would be an awesome finish to the democracy. After Trump, we elect a Pope. Hey Tyrell, how you doing? Big Island, that's right. We're just talking about making the Pope the president. That would be amazing. It would put a finish. It would finish the democracy forever. I think it's ready once you get in, Crocodile. No, no one likes it. I don't understand you guys. You guys don't make any sense to me. That was my last Mac 9. You guys don't make any sense to me, guys. I don't think I don't understand how you guys are thinking. Like, how could you be against making the Pope the president? You don't love the Pope? You don't love the Pope. You guys are weird. I don't know about you guys. I don't know if I should be selling coffee to you guys anymore. I don't know anymore. I don't know about you guys. How else we're gonna put an end to the democracy? He's from Chicago. Telling you, they can make it happen. The Chicago mob, they can make it happen. We just gotta want it, manifest it. It is like a tea. Yeah, it's like a toasted corn tea. We can do it. We can get if we hook up with Chicago. No, once the Pope is in, he's in forever. Forget it. It's finally put an end to the democracy. Finally, finally, stop all the voting. So let's do it. I'm telling you, the Pope would win. Commie coffee, Catholic coffee. This is Catholic coffee now. Papist coffee. Yes, let me run some of those. I'm not even Catholic, but I would vote for him. I'm telling you. It's like I only vote for the worst choice. So it's like if you put Trump against the Pope, I'm voting for the Pope. And Trump can't even run again, right? But he's still going to run it. So we're going to Trump versus the Pope. Chicago sucks. Because he's from Chicago. You don't want him. Wasn't Obama from Chicago? How'd that work out? Not that great either. I got really excited about the Pope as the president. You guys, I'm gonna be talking about this for like the next week. I'm gonna be posting about it. You're gonna see. Like this is all I could think about right now is making the Pope the president. I never even thought of this before. Like it's genius. You guys are geniuses. Who thought of this? The Pope is the president. Like that's the best idea I've ever heard in my life. Like, like I'm so inspired right now. I'm really
Thank you.
sorry about that. It's fine. Thanks. I'm so inspired right now. I think I've found my life goal. If how long do you think the Pope's gonna be alive for? Because we're just gonna. I'm sure we can get him if we can just get him to be the president and the Pope. I'm so inspired right now. I lost my audience. From the 20-second half shift, there's a bet. It all went out yesterday, and it hasn't been scanned. I don't know what's going on. They'll probably update by tomorrow. I dropped off like 10 garbage bags worth of coffee yesterday. So we're just talk. If you guys are just joining us, we're talking about making the Pope the president. If we can put him up in 2028, it would be amazing. I would be so inspired. Like I would be so inspired. That'd be so amazing. Oh my god! Finally figured it out. All right, what are we doing, guys? I'm running out of steam. What should we do? I could do some more. I think I might have more. I may be out, but I don't know exactly how many magnets I sold. But I'll do a temporary listing. Tired. I got overexcited about the Pope being the president. You guys burned me out. I got overexcited. This is your fault. I don't take responsibility for anything. Matt, I'm out of OG, so I can't sell it until I have it. We roast it within the week. So sometimes it's stuff I don't even have yet, but usually it's roasted within the week. So like the dark roast, the light roast was roasted on Saturday. The white coffee was roasted on Saturday. The estates were roasted on Thursday, and so was the medium roast, I think, or maybe Wednesday or something like that. got our Mac nuts. I'm all burned out. You guys got me too excited about the Pope being the president. Like that would be so bad. It would make me so happy. It would be worse than even like I thought when I voted for Trump that was bad, but now I got something even worse. This is gonna be. I have a new life goal because I knew it was bad. Like I knew. I don't know if everyone knew it was bad. Like I knew it was bad when I voted for him. And so it was like I was like I'm doing something bad. I love doing bad things. You know, Morpheus. It's meant to be. I think we can do this. The best for espresso. Yeah, Hillary. I was running in Chinatown. They were telling me the Chinese people from China were putting cash into garbage bags and giving it to Hillary. And so that's why I was like, okay, we gotta. I don't think Hillary can be the president if that's the case, because I'm anti-Chinese. So I was like, no way, we're gonna do that. All right, guys, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Let's do. But now I'm burned out. Now I'm tired. You guys got me too excited about the Pope. Now I'm just tired. Go take a nap or something. Got me too excited. You can't vote for me. My power comes from God. I used to be Facebook friends with the last Pope. He had like a secret account, but he died. We were just talking about we can make he could be the next president, Pope Francis. Yeah, his Facebook account was Pope Francis. It was like he like mixed up the letters a little bit, and he was one of my Facebook friends. They took that account away from me though. I used to be Facebook friends with like everyone in the world. It was amazing. I could send messages to anyone, but they took that account away from me. Now I'm powerless. They stripped me of my power. Stalin said, "He who controls the lists controls the party." Yeah, that's how I stopped the Syrian war because I was Facebook friends with everyone. I was friends with Rouhani. I was friends with Asma al Assad. I was friends with Pope Francis. I was friends with all the princes and princesses of the UAE, Jordanian royalty. I was friends with everyone, and so I could change. I could exchange messages between all of them all day. That's what I did, and then I was friends with people in Raqqa, the capital of ISIS, back when we were fighting ISIS. I was friends with the Syrian army, the president of Egypt. It was like everyone. It was crazy. But they took that account away from me though. It sucks. Now I'm now I'm just depressed. I'm friends with Jesus too. I love Jesus. Jesus. I can't stop thinking about Jesus when I drink white coffee. Like I had too much coffee now, so you can see I'm not even trying to sell you guys coffee anymore. All I'm doing is rambling. This is just what happens towards the end of my shows. What do you mean? Now I'm just selling coffee. Yeah, it pays a lot more. I wasn't getting paid. You know, I wasn't getting paid anything to do what I was doing. I was a volunteer, so that's why they trusted me because I wasn't getting paid. But I need to get paid. So I had too much power. They did. No, that's really what it was. I had way too much power. It was like kind of amazing. Pure drip. How you doing? Just talking about if we could make the Pope the president, it would be amazing. I'm not really talking that loud anymore either. I'm not even really trying to sell coffee anymore. I'm just I'm just burned out from thinking about how amazing it would be if we made the Pope the president because he qualifies, you know. We could actually make that happen. That would be so cool. So, so that's all I have to say about that. You guys still want to buy some coffee after hearing that? Is this something you can support? How about I run 2 pounds of white fancy at a $1 start? 2 pounds. This is the coffee that makes you crazy. You want some turmeric? I'll get some turmeric. You guys are getting into it too. You think about it more and more, it grows on you, right? Think about how amazing that would be. This is the fancy. So it's 18 screen. Extra fancy is 19 screen. This is 18 screen coffee. So it's just one step below, but it's still flawless. This is the flawless coffee. We're out of extra fancy. There's no more extra fancy. So, but there's 2 pounds of the fancy. I'm telling you, the more you think about it, little fish, the more you think about it. And then he can tell everyone about the earth isn't flat. You can tell everyone that there's UFOs and everyone would believe everything he says. It would just be like it would be amazing. And he would it would be amazing. No corporate interests. He's already rich. He's already got money. He doesn't have to take money from anyone. 2 pounds. All right, that was my 2 pounds of extra fancy. Mm, mm, some cacao nibs, certificates. Right? He doesn't need a bribe. Yep. The more you think about it, guys, it's not a bad idea. At first, it sounds absurd, even bad. It goes against everything we've been taught. But the more you think about it, just just keep thinking about it. It can happen. Manifest. We can finally reunite the politics and religion. We can finally reunite it. Make it right again. How about a $1 start on 12 ounces of the medium? I went to a Catholic church once in a while, and it was scary because I went to a Protestant church, but Catholic churches are scary. They're weird. That's why I want the Pope. I love weird things. I love scary things. I love nightmares. I love horror movies. My wife won't let me watch horror movies. She won't. She says you're not. So whenever my wife goes to visit her mom, I just binge on horror movies because she won't let me watch them. She won't. She won't let me watch horror movies. $1 start on a light medium. $1 start on a light medium. Hawaiian light medium. You guys have been here long enough that you know what I'm selling. I don't need to talk about the coffee anymore. I'm just going to go on about how great it would be if the Pope from Chicago ran for president. He would win. No doubt he would win in a second. And the more you think about it, the more it grows on you, right? No corporate interests. Um, Give away to Hawaii. That'd be amazing. Yeah. I'll, you know, a ticket to Hawaii, you could probably get here for like 250 bucks. But once you're here, so I'll buy you a ticket. But once you're here, you got to figure the rest out. You're gonna be spending thousands of dollars on housing, thousands of dollars on food. So you can get here, but once you're here, it's not going to be easy. You can pitch a tent. You can definitely pitch a tent. You're not living with me. I don't trust you. I've gotten poisoned by people working for me, so I don't trust anyone anymore. The only person I trust is the Pope. If we can, absolute ruler. That's right. Everything would be volunteer. We can put the nuns in charge of everything. No one's bidding on this coffee. This is a 12-ounce bag for $1. Oh my God, you guys got sucked into the Pope talk. This is what happens when you start talking about combining politics with religion. You sell $5 bags of coffee, right? Because we don't need to make profits anymore. It's just we're just doing it for God. Thomas Ward, did your coffee come, Thomas? In that big, huge box of coffee. I hope it finally arrived. Pope is absolute ruler. It'd be amazing. Okay, good. Phew. Yep. Literally, it was insane. No one buys anything when you're being insane. Insane means human in Arabic. Did you know that? The word insan means a human. So it is entertaining. I entertain myself. My wife will see me cracking up in the middle of just whatever I'm doing. I'm just and my daughter's like, "Oh, that's just the noise. That's just the sound Daddy makes." That's just Daddy. All right, guys. This is an 8 ounce natural. So natural coffee. It's fruitier, dried in its fruit skin. This is the unique one that we have right now. And the dark keeps me disease free. Just keep on laughing. I'm afraid this car is not gonna get fixed. I've been eating beans, a lot of beans. Eating a lot of beans. No, I've been eating this 4 bean salad. You know the one they have at Costco, the Paisley Farm green bean, chickpea. I forgot the other two, but it's really good. I bought like 10 jars of it. It's all I eat right now. So I can't stop thinking about the Pope being president. I'm sorry, guys. I just once I get an idea in my head, it doesn't go away. That would be kind of the worst possible outcome. It would be awesome. Um, I would say it's got a little bit more acidity in it in terms of smoothness, almost the same, but it's fruity and it's washed coffee. Uh, so it's all yeah. So non-natural makes it sound like it's weird. It should. I gotta find one day, I'll get there. I just gotta get the Pope's blessing before we launch the spaceships. I'm trying. I'm trying. He needs to drink some white coffee. If he drank some white coffee, I think he would do it. He's probably he probably he probably became pope because he thought he couldn't be the president. As a little kid in Chicago, he's like, I'm never gonna be the president. Let me try to be the pope. But now he can do both. Never stop believing. You know, he could do it. It'd be inspirational. A kid from the slums of Chicago, he became the pope as a fallback because he never thought he could be the president, and then he became the president. How inspiring could that be? He can do it. You can do it. What's his name? Pope. I didn't hear about that, but I believe they're not aliens, right? They're Agarthians. They're Agarthians. They're the albinos, and they're you know how in the 1800s Europeans sailed all over the world, and they were able to conquer everyone, but when they got to Antarctica, they couldn't they couldn't conquer them. So they were like, oh, actually, there's no one here. It's too cold, and so we just pretend that there's no one there because you couldn't beat them. Everyone else you could beat, but like Japanese, you beat them. Chinese, you beat them. But then you got to Antarctica, you're like, oh my God, we can't beat these guys. There's no one there. It never happened. There's nobody there. They don't exist. Run the turmeric. All right, sorry, Feline. Thanks for reminding me. You just got to keep following up with me. It's not that I'm trying to ignore you. It's that I'm crazy and I can't stop thinking about making the Pope the president now. So So here we go. Turmeric for the Pope and Agarthia. No pedophiles, right? But at least they prosecuted their pedophiles surfing the cosmos, right? They actually paid for it. Everyone else pretend it didn't happen. So, a lot of the more you think about it, the better it sounds. The more you think about it, the better it sounds. I'm sure there were, yeah. But somebody went down. Like high level people went down for it. I bet the Native Americans love it, right? He doesn't have. How do you know? How do you know, Dolo? Maybe he does. All right, Fel Neil. Thanks for enduring the things, my wayward thoughts. It's so quiet in here. You can't vote for me. I'm sorry. I don't qualify. Otherwise, I would have a chip on my shoulder my whole life. So I don't qualify. Thank God. The Pope files. I gotta eat some lunch. Mm, mm. You know what's good? Potato chips. These are vegetables too. Did you ever think of that? Did you ever think of that? Potatoes are vegetables. So eat your vegetables. Where would we be without the Pope, guys? Where would we be? Where would we be without the Pope? Should get ordained. It's too late for me. I'm too old. I've thought about it. All of them. All of them. The Dark Ages were only dark for the Germans. They were awesome for the Arabs. Did I tell you guys I tried to move to Saudi Arabia? I almost did it. I almost moved to Saudi Arabia. But I don't think it's happening anymore. You know, cacao tea is the husk of the cocoa bean. It's like the peel of the cocoa bean. So it's the funny thing is you guys all think I'm joking. That's the funny part. You're right. We are still in the dark ages. That's the funny part. You think I'm joking. You know who was a vegetarian? The Pope. No, not the Pope, guys. Not the Pope. Is he a vegetarian too? If he is, he lost my vote. I'm not voting for that. Those people are extremists. They're extremists. I'm not voting for that. You just lost my vote. Oh yeah, thanks. All right, what are we doing, guys? I'm not even selling anything anymore. How about a dollar auction on a dark roast, dark Hawaiian? Any takers? I'm not a Catholic, so I've never done a confession. Protestants have testimonial, right? I did that like when I was 17. I'm not a Catholic. I don't. That stuff's to the courts. You know, I used to do confession to Facebook every day. I did the confession to you guys. Remember? This is why they can't touch me because everyone knows everything about me. Exactly. See, so I got no guilt and no shame. But that's because it's a defense mechanism. I wasn't always like this. $3 is too low, guys. I'm gonna have to do something else. $3. $3 covers the cost of my packaging and the envelope and how much I have to pay people to put it into the bag. I'm gonna have to move on. All right. I think I'm gonna maybe go and focus on eating. I'm not able to focus right now. So let's send you guys off on a raid. Here, we'll send you to herbal artists.